Alright, what is up, you heathens and demons, sinners and saints? Beautiful, blasphemous bastards. Welcome back to the Raging Atheist. Raging Atheist. I was wondering when the first time that would, how long it would take, right? Like old school, like so used to saying that with the introduction. Welcome back to Knock TV. So, been kind of an interesting day listening to shit at work. Listen to this one shit that just fucking blew my mind. I have to share it with you guys. You know, MAGA dad telling his MAGA son to get ready. Payback is coming. You know, and I've seen a lot of, you know, payback posts from some conservatives on my Facebook page still. You know, they're really running with their narrative. What's up, Neil? Really running with their narrative, and you know, so I'm gonna kind of start shifting my focus to their narrative, and their narrative being, you know, like this person who we don't really know yet, this roommate that they're trying to, you know, create stories with, and we're gonna see what stories tend to be accurate. But you know, I don't think that I think that at this point, you know, some of the narratives had to have been considered and have clearly been ruled out for whatever reason. Now, I think we live in an era here in America where media companies, journalists, Democrats are really kind of scared of Trump, afraid to like kind of go against his narrative. Because I see a lot of people phrasing things in the narrative that, and I'm just like, I don't get it. But I think I should admit, like, there's been a couple, you know, theories. Like, I still think, and until I see some actual evidence to back up their narrative, I still think it was probably fucking Israel. You know, that's just me. But I have really no evidence. That's just, like, where my thoughts are. But today I'm not even going to focus on Tyler. I'll probably take a break from this shit tomorrow and, you know, be back the next day or the day after on my day off. But, and then I'm going to try to really shift my focus to this narrative. And I'm going to start there. I'm going to start with Kash Patel and his bullshit, today. But then I'm going to kind of shift it to kind of what these Republicans have been saying, you know, the very violent rhetoric, calling for a war, calling for a civil war, calling for a purge. Now, I wish, because back in the good old January 6th days, leading up to January 6th, I had become part of a lot of, like, right-wing Facebook groups. And so I kind of got to see a lot of crazy shit about Governor Whitmer, and I wasn't in the group that was planning to kidnap Governor Whitmer, but I just saw like how they were like talking leading up to January 6th and shit. Because I was interested because at the time I was considering doing like a video on, you know, if the Michigan militia. We have like 3 of them here, I believe, maybe even more at this point. There's probably a lot of militias that we don't know about, but I think that we know about 3 major ones here in Michigan. Like if they were involved in with any of the ramping up, but it's really hard to tell when your average Republican is right there at that brink, that brink of extreme far right politics. And, you know, like, we've heard a lot of talk about radical transgender leftist ideology. And, I mean, I just don't really think that's a thing. You know, I saw a post from Blair White today being Blair White, you know, like, you know, I said it the other day. It's like, you know, we associate white boys with MAGA, but we don't go around saying MAGA is a fascist movement of just white people. You know, like it's a white person ideology, because that's not true. There's a lot of black MAGAs. There's a lot of Latino MAGAs. You know, it's a plethora of MAGAdom, right? And it would just be inaccurate to go around saying, you know, MAGA, the fascist ideology of white people. Right? Like, it's just not a thing. You know, leftism is a political philosophy that a wide swath of people can embrace. And when it comes to radicalization, I mean, my fucking God. All right, so I will admit that I was radicalized left during the 9/11, or not 9/11, or was it? Yeah, it was 9/11 and the aftermath, especially the war in Iraq. Once it really became known that we were just fucking lied to about weapons of mass destruction, George Bush was an inept president, you know, that radicalized me. And I went farther and farther left since that point of radicalization, right? And that was a long process, right? Like, radicalization, I went to, like, you know, from Republican to, like, Democrat, right? And then eventually, over a long period of time, really looking at political philosophy, really considering political philosophy, the philosophy of liberalism compared to, like, progressivism, and then reaching that brink in progressivism. You know, it happened on a stream with, like, Xander Hall and fucking Ali back in the day, to where it was just like, yeah, I think I can start calling myself a socialist. You know, and then really starting to look at socialism and saying, all right, so I don't believe in, like, government socialism. So what kind of socialism do I believe in? What kind of socialism do I think I can, you know, try to learn about, hopefully maybe one day start conveying? That never quite worked out. My bitrates is lower. Like, I always get these warnings, but it doesn't seem like it affects my streams too much. And we'll see who shows up for this. I know I've been talking about this shit a lot. But, you know, this, to me, this is vitally important. So, you know, and I'm back and forth, like, should we start with, I think we'll actually push Kash Patel all the way to the end. Because it's just, like, this rhetoric is fucking crazy. But ultimately, like, I need to, like, accept, like, some of my theories, even my theory about Israel. I was like, you know, like, if Nick Fuentes is the target of Israel, right, then eventually Nick Fuentes will become the target in the media, right? And at this point, they have to know that the memes can definitely be more than just, these are what fascists say, or anti-fascists say, right? Internet meme culture, the Groyper movement has co-opted these memes. It was all a part of the alt-right meme war of the 2016s and 2017s, Gamergate, you know, like this great pipeline of really young white dudes into the alt-right. And it was this memification of politics. I did a lot of research on meme and meme theory back in the day, but I was so drunk back then that unless I find my notes on it, I can't really remember any of it. And I don't know the first thing about, you know, current meme culture. And I am starting to come around to the fact, like, at least this shooter is probably on the left. I'm not so, like, for one, I don't trust anything the FBI says. This FBI is suspect as fuck. I mean, we're in the middle of one of the biggest cover-ups in the United States history with the Epstein files. Yeah, there's no trust, even on the right, for this FBI. Like, all that shit, you know, like, I could have shown this prepper video telling you how you cannot trust this FBI. And this dude's clearly, like, MAGA. But he's like, even this dude, this prepper MAGA dude was like, yeah, you can't trust this fucking FBI. What are you guys fucking doing? Like, anything this FBI says, just dismiss it. Right? But like, when it comes to this shooter, I think it is becoming clear, maybe, because they keep saying they're talking to the family members. I haven't seen a single fucking interview with the family members. I haven't seen a single interview with this roommate. Is this roommate under arrest or not? Where is this roommate? Is this roommate in a concentration camp in El Salvador? Like, where the fuck is this roommate? Because they said if it is indeed a person that is transitioning, and all of these people just misgendering her because this is the America we live in now. But, you know, there's questions on whether this actually is a transgender person. And they're not giving us anything but, like, trust us, bro. I know we just covered up, like, the Epstein files, and you know, we just spent all of our man hours, all of our overtime on taking Donald Trump's name out of the Epstein files in case you manage to make us release him, you know. But trust me, bro, give me a fucking break. But you know, we have to believe what our eyes and our ears are telling us, that as soon as this happened, Donald Trump came out and said it's left-wing radical transgender ideology, and the left needs to be... And then we've been hearing a lot of that since. So this first conversation we're going to look at, I want to look at the one that's crazy. I'm telling you, you're going to want to stick around. Like, maybe I should lead with that. Like, I've been like back and forth on which fucking order I want to go. Yeah, we're going to lead with crazy. Because I think that this is the most important of everything, right? I think this is happening in a lot of households. Why do I think this? Because this happened between me and my dad. And this started happening before Donald Trump. This started happening back in the Obama days, when all of these right-wingers were saying all of this crazy shit about Obama, and all of us sons and daughters that had voted for Obama and actually cared about having some information when it came to politics, we had to start correcting these people. And you want to talk about radicalization, all of us have watched the radicalization of our loved ones. My family, pretty much as a whole, outside of maybe a few outliers, me being one of them, had always been apolitical. Like, even my dad, who like down in North Carolina, like, he just, like, I remember him liking Bill Clinton. My stepmother loved him because he played the saxophone. It's just, we've all watched the right, even those that started off extreme right, we've seen them go farther and farther and farther and farther. They've all been radicalized to Edward Norton in American History X. All of them. They're right there. They're almost right there with Nick Fuentes. Because Charlie Kirk was right there. He was almost right there with Nick Fuentes. I want to focus on, now that it's been some time, how nobody should celebrate this man. That we should be talking about his true legacy of hate. And what he and Donald Trump and these Republicans have done to the family unit, which they pretend to care so much about. And this first one, we're going to start with the fucking crazy. Now, I showed you this young, 30-something liberal talking to his mom. Today, you're going to meet his sister and you're going to meet his dad. And they're going to have a conversation about Charlie Kirk. And this shit is fucking scary. So, let's get into it.
In the aftermath of the 2024 election, America is even more divided than before. Half the country fears the end of democracy, and the other half welcomes it. As America inches toward the brink of authoritarian rule, now more than ever, we must force ourselves to have the necessary conversation. Welcome to the Necessary Conversation. I'm Chad Kulchin. With me is my sister, fellow lefty, And my mom and my dad, as you can see from my mom's hat, they are MAGA. Hello? Is anyone
Yes.
with me? Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Hello. Hi there. Jesus. All right. Mom, do you have any ditties?
What's up,
No.
Grandpa?
No ditties.
Everybody
Well,
else watching? Anybody watching
I
on the
guess
playback?
this could be a ditty.
I
Thank
do
you,
warn you,
everyone
like
who
this
gave me
is
the-
this is crazy. This is rough. It's hard to see, but I think we've all probably dealt with this. If you've got MAGA in your family, you are these two young people here. You are Haley Pop. You are Chad Colkin. You've had these conversations. You've seen this radicalization. You know, they want to talk about left radicalization, but let's have a conversation about radicalization. Let's have a conversation about it. Let's look at the numbers. Let's look at and that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be looking at the real numbers. I don't even know if we know like the percentage of socialists in America, but I can guess it's probably pretty fucking low. It's probably pretty fucking low. I mean, my era, Generation X, we grew up in the Red Scare era. Like, probably like the last real, maybe not the last real generation, I don't know, but one of the last generations to really like do those old like nuclear, like now it's like shooter drills. We used to have nuclear drills, right?
Yams for kitty cats passing. There were so many, I couldn't read them all. So thank you. And
Yeah,
they
I
were
got-
all nice.
I
They
got
were
a bunch
very
of nice DMs too about that.
I got AI pictures. I got all kinds of stuff. Thank
Oh,
you.
wow.
Thank you.
I have somebody sending me. She said she's a pet portrait artist, and she follows us.
All right, so here at the beginning, I'm going to play it because I don't want to miss any of the actual conversation. But here at the beginning, they're talking about, I think, a pet that was lost to them. And I think we can all understand that pain. I think that pain can bring anti-fascist and fascists together just for that one thing. We understand the pain of losing a pet.
Loves my bakery and said, where should I send it? So I just told her to send it to the bakery. So I have a pet portrait coming your way.
Wow, that's cool.
Nice.
Although I'm going to go ahead and say it, like, fuck this dude's dad. This dude's dad is my dad. Although my dad's never said, like, what this dude has said is going to say to his kid. Like, holy shit, this dude needs to be a fucking ashamed of himself.
Yeah, we're all
I-
very sad about.
I
Kate
hadn't been on
Hatfield.
social media in a few days. And then when I got on Instagram, all these messages, and I
Or his-
couldn't read them all.
his
There's
son
so
and his
many.
daughter.
There's,
Yeah, it's
there's
fucking
thousands.
crazy.
Thank you very much.
That's great. Dad, how are you handling Kitty Cat Sugar Bear?
Tough.
She should be right
job.
over there, and she's not here.
Yeah, we know it's tough, and we thank you for joining us this week.
I don't think I like that analogy, Grandpa. I would think of it more as yin versus yang.
Were gone last week, obviously dealing with this, and Haley and I had a conversation basically about our childhoods, etc. This
Yeah.
week,
All right. Enjoy your day, hopefully
not
at
only are we
work,
forgoing
Marty.
the ditties, I'm going to forego the listener question because all of the questions I got this week were about Charlie Kirk, which is going to be our first topic. So, are you guys ready to jump in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I should also mention, if you do want to send a question, just record it in a 1 minute or shorter video format and send it to the necessaryconversationpod@gmail.com. All right, let's get into this. This week, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed while speaking at a public event in Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. The alleged shooter is Tyler Robinson, age 22, from Utah. Turned himself in 2 days after the assassination. Bullet casings with...
I'm really like, because I listened to this earlier, so I couldn't really see it. Like every once in a while I could pull my phone out, but I have a work phone that I use at work, and then I got my phone in my pocket and my earbud in listening to shit. So I listened to this, I didn't really look at it. So this is my first time seeing her artwork, and man, that's some vibrant colors. Like, those are vibrant colors. Like, she's got a good artist. I'm jealous.
engraved messages of memes and video game references were found at the scene. In May, Utah lawmakers passed HB 128, which allowed anyone 18 or over with a permit to carry guns on public college campuses like Utah Valley University. Trump was quick to blame what he called the radical left for the tragedy, and Kirk's wife issued a statement calling her voice a battle cry, emphasizing...
Yeah, I can subscribe to that. I'm not a, I'm a evil is an adjective type of guy, not a like spiritual type of guy. But yeah, yin and yang, good versus evil. All those old cliches, I think that they have merit in the situation that we're in, that we find ourselves in America right now, and all over the world. As extreme far right ideology rises in America, well, America has influence all across the world. American culture influences almost every country in this world. So we've seen a direct correlation of that to the rise of far extreme right politics all across the world. It's been and now it's led to this just complete shattering of the what was called the New World Order after World War II. How nations aligned, how we came out to be the great superpower. And we're still the great superpower, but we have no friends left. Except for the friends that were always our enemies, and those are not our friends. There are 2 countries, maybe 3, maybe 4, that benefit from America having a civil war. It's not America. We will not benefit. Now, I'm not going to look at some of the things that I listened to today because it's disturbing. It's people showing, and maybe people will show in some of the things, I'm not sure. Like I said, I didn't see any of this, but I'm trying to stay away from some of like the rougher things and I might have a stream about those things just in particular because it's rough. It's people like pulling up what's happening in these Facebook groups, conversations these right-wingers are having when they think that no one's listening, and it's scary. It's scary. It's groups going house to house, purging America. That's the words that I heard in my ear. I almost said saw, but you know what I'm saying. Heard in my ear, And I can't wait till I can actually look at those videos if I can find them in my history today, because that's one thing when you're doing an 8-hour workday, listening to shit all fucking day. Your history. Let me tell you. And then again, and again, like pretty much my only active feed right now is like YouTube. I don't trust anything on Facebook because of all my old subscriptions. I don't watch like news on TV. Like, is that still a thing?
That they don't know what they unleashed, despite the shooter being a singular person who is believed to have acted alone.
See, I'm not sure where you fall, Graham. So I'm a lefty. If Tyler's a lefty, I don't support what he did. And I don't know what like organizations behind it. Like, I don't think the Democratic Party supports what he did. Now they're talking about some like, what is it? Armed Queers of Utah or some organization like that. I don't even know if that's a real organization. I should be kind of like looking into that instead of doing the stream, but probably after the stream I'm going to start trying to look into some of these things that Kash Patel is saying and the FBI is putting out. But like even then, like the people that should be punished for this shooting is the people that killed Charlie Kirk, knew that Charlie Kirk was going to die before he died, aided and abetted the killer of Charlie Kirk to get away from the crime scene. But if it's like, the people that need to pay are all liberals in America, well, that's just genocide. That's just ethnic cleansing, or whatever kind of cleansing you want to call it. That's just a purge of the political opposition so fascism can rule. I'm not sure where you fall, but I'm not with that.
With no affiliation to any political party, and voter records indicate Robinson did not vote in the 2024 presidential election, his first since turning 18. White supremacist groups are using Kirk's death as a means of mobilization.
Like, I think it's very possible, like, Tyler is just is a lone wolf. That shit happens all the time. Left-wing kid who is, if he is indeed left-wing, was probably ostracized. If he is indeed, like, in some furry communities, which I just haven't seen any pictures to really substantiate that. I don't. I mean, some people just use furry avatars and they don't, go further than that. I don't know. I need to see evidence. I don't understand. I don't trust the FBI narrative at all. But right today, for most of this stream, I'm gonna focus on kind of what it's doing to the family, what's happening inside the family, and this rhetoric that the Republicans are pushing out there. This war rhetoric, although it has died down a little bit, somewhat. But like I said, they're talking in these spaces to where they think nobody's listening now. And then when you had 2 days of media pushing the narrative, it could be trouble. This could be trouble.
With a vigil held for Kirk in Huntington Beach, California, erupting with cries of "white man fight back," despite the fact that Kirk was killed.
Well, yeah, and that's been my point, Raymer Biggs. Remember, not all trans women and women are leftists. Yeah, it's just this narrative that they're trying to spin is not reality. They're gaslighting everybody, even their own followers that are eager to follow it, right? This narrative is just a big giant gaslight, because there is no such thing as radical left-wing transgender ideology. That's not a fucking thing. There's left-wing ideology, there's far left-wing ideology, and there's different segments to that shit. Trust me. I know. I used to have a Discord server chock full of, anarcho-communist and anarchist and communist and socialist and fucking right-wingers trying to come. Like, man, it was cray shit. But it's just this big fucking conundrum of different ideologies. I just spoke earlier about, like, seeing this shitpost from Blair White being Blair White, right? Like, they want to pretend like every trans person in America is a left-wing Marxist. That's not true. That's not true. The transgender ideology is, please, can we have as much rights as you do? That's what the transgender far left Marxist ideology is can we please, for the sake of fucking your goddamn God, have the same rights that you do?
By a white man. Kirk's death is the most recent death in a string of politically motivated killings in America that have motivations from both sides of the political spectrum, including the murder of Democratic Rep. Melissa Hortman and her husband by Vance Luther Bolter in June, a very vocal Trump supporter. Mom, did you know who Charlie Kirk was before this?
Yes.
All right. I mean, first one, like, you can have your opinions, but I don't tolerate hate. I will, like, just have somebody ban you, or I'll do it myself. You can have your opinions. You're welcome to them. You can have a civil conversation, but I don't stand for hate.
I followed him for 2 years.
Okay, Dad, did you know who he was?
Yes.
Haley?
Yeah.
Okay, so we were all aware of him. The big question is, why did this assassin do this, Mom?
I do not know. I have beliefs and feelings why this happened.
Let's hear him.
I have it written down. I want to say the right words.
He's a trans.
Who is?
The shooter.
No, the shooter is not.
What was he? One of them was...
He lived with a transgender.
Okay, there you go.
What?
Okay.
What is
He lived with a trans.
This is
that
the new,
proven?
No, this is like the narrative that the right is pushing, that he lived with a transgender person.
He did.
He did. It's in the news.
In what news? I haven't seen that
All
anywhere.
the news.
I don't know. All right, yeah, you're just a crazy person, Graham Pong. You're just a crazy person and you're a bigot. Stay away from the hate, my dude. I won't miss you when you're gone. I won't.
All the channels that I've seen.
Every one of them, even yours.
Okay, let's forget that.
Yeah, I just
that was
won't.
brought
Your
up.
hate
Here we
speech
go.
isn't welcome here. So, last warning.
It's time to fight back.
He was a husband, a father, a believer in God. That's what
hang on one
people
minute.
are
Mom.
afraid of. That's what people are afraid of right now.
Hang
God.
on 1 second, Mom. Hang on 1 second. Dad said it's time to.
All right, so he for one, it's not confirmed, according to the governor of Utah, that Tyler was in a relationship with the quote-unquote roommate. And as far as I understand, Tyler did not live with this person. Tyler rented a room from this person. As far as I understand, Tyler lived with his parents. Again, they're saying they're talking to the parents and the family members, and they're putting out the narrative that Trump ran with initially, but we don't see any evidence of any of that. And in fact, we've seen a lot of inconsistencies. So, again, like there's this vacuum of information, and in those vacuums, conspiracies will fucking be born. And those conspiracies are gonna fucking run wild like they always do. So, but this isn't even so much about conspiracy. You know, we've kind of covered that. This is about family.
Fight back.
That,
And unfortunately, like this reminds me a lot of my relationship with my dad, which we don't have a relationship anymore.
that's
Could
right.
you not see this as fighting back because two Democrats, or a Democrat and her husband, were assassinated as well?
No.
How is that not quid
It's
pro
not.
quo? Why not?
It's a different situation.
Okay.
Not even just this week has been bad in politics. The last couple months, with her dying, the husband
Months.
dying, the
Payback,
dog dying.
payback's coming. You just get ready.
Okay, he's more into violence, paybacks. I'm not, so I will not align me with him on that. Also, the fatal stabbing in North Carolina. We all know about that.
And there was a
So I mean, it started right out the gate. We'll go back and hear that again.
not quid pro
not.
quo. Why not?
It's a different situation.
Okay.
Not even just this week has been bad in politics. The last couple months, with her dying, the husband
Months.
dying, the dog dying.
Payback's coming. You just get ready.
Okay, he's more into violence, paybacks. I'm not, so I will.
Did you hear that? That's the first time. Now he's gonna say it repeatedly. This is his son. This is his daughter. Payback's coming. Get ready. What do they mean when they say that? We have to take them at their word, don't we? I mean, all the talk that I've seen, I have not felt the need to own a gun ever in my life. Ever. Even back when I was selling them. I sold them. I didn't keep them. I've never felt a need to own a gun. And now I'm like, you know, there can't be too many, like, far left economic socialists in Battle Creek, Michigan. Like, this is, in Michigan, this is MAGA country. I can't remember his name. He went against Trump mildly in the first term. I can't remember his name. We got rid of that guy. I didn't. You know, I voted for the Democrat liberal. But we got rid of that guy for the MAGA guy. Like, you know, this county, this district is MAGA country in Michigan. There's not too many of me here. Right? So if there's like people in Facebook groups here in Battle Creek, I'm probably on the list. And we're going to be talking about some lists that are going around. Fuck, dude. I mean, so like CJ Cox is having a conniption on Facebook because I said, you know, the leftist violent crowd seemed to be talking about a genocide. And he's throwing a conniption about that. And he's literally one of the ones been talking about a genocide. He's fucking crazy.
Not align me with him on that. Also, the fatal stabbing in North Carolina. We all know about that.
And there was also a school shooting on the day
And there was
Charlie
also
Kirk
a
got
school
shot
shooting
that barely
in
made the news.
Evergreen, Colorado.
Yeah.
So a lot of bad, evil stuff happened in our country.
Mm-hmm.
We can't take away from any of those.
Shit's
Those are all
getting ready
bad.
to fly.
He was a husband, a father, a believer in God. He was a patriot.
You see, like this old man who, I mean, and they've been doing this podcast for a while. I wish I'd have found it a long time ago, because I'd like to, I want to go back and watch the evolution of their relationship. Maybe do a series of videos on. I find this shit fascinating. This, like I said, this reminds me of my family, right? I grew up North Carolina, but my dad was always like, I mean, he was Southern Baptist, kind of like he was a workaholic. I mean, when we went to church, it was a Southern Baptist church, but you know, we were surrounded by Southern Baptists, and we were surrounded by racism. But like, he liked Bill Clinton, and like back in the day, like he was a hippie, like way back in the day, like in the hippie days, he was a hippie. And then he went to the army, and like, my dad had hair to his ass, and they cut all of his fucking hair off. And I'm like, Dad, you should have kept the hair. You'd have probably ended up a cooler dude. But like I said, all of us on the left, we've all kind of watched this like radicalization of people that were like apolitical, and now they espouse hate. And it happened before Donald Trump ever came along. Like I've always said, Donald Trump is not the cause; he's a symptom. Like it was back in the Obama days when, you know, my dad would go on some fucking crazy rant, and we'd have to correct him. And eventually, it was like, don't talk politics on my page, and it became this thing where we weren't supposed to talk politics again. And then this time around, Trump 2.0, he's back on my page talking politics, and it didn't last long. Now we don't talk. Yeah, he would say shit even back then about like liberal scum and like just evil shit about liberals, and me and my brother were like, Dad, like, you know, over here, remember, your sons are liberal. Right? Like, bro, what are you saying down there in North Carolina? We're up here in Michigan, man. Do we need to come down there and remind you that we exist? Like, we've all watched this deep radicalization, but it's been on the other side. Like I said, yes, there has been some radicalization to the left. You want to say like universities radicalizing people to the left, and maybe there are like youth movements, but like people learning should not be considered radicalization. And I guarantee, like I said, if there's numbers on it, I guarantee you, socialist, communist in America is a very minute fraction of the philosophical ideology when it comes to politics in America. A minute fraction, even counting the youth. A minute fraction.
And I like this, what Glenn Beck said. He was a civil rights leader. I don't look at him as a politician.
What?
Would you all please have courtesy to listen to what I want to say?
I'm listening.
You laughing at me?
Yes.
I don't laugh at your bullshit.
I mean, I'm still kind of an atheist. I'm a like philosophical Buddhist Taoist now, but I don't believe in any gods. I'm just not angry anymore. You know, I was drunk most of the time back then, and I don't drink anymore. And you know, yeah, I mean, the Tao and meditation and, you know, losing weight, getting healthy, it seems to, you know, take the anger away. I'm just not that angry anymore. I'm a little frightened. I want to find a way to like reach people and have like an actual conversation. Like, I'm gonna stop pausing this because you guys have to see it. It's insane. You can't have an actual conversation anymore. Not even with family. And could we ever? And I think that's always been the problem, is we could never have the conversation in family.
You and Dad make fun of us every
I don't look at him as a politician, but rather a man who believed and tried to instill in others the right of free speech, which is what I'm trying to do right now as you laugh in my face.
No,
that's what the necessary conversation is all about too. But
and laughing in your face is also free speech.
That's nervous laughing, by the way.
Okay.
He loved to have discussions with college kids to agree or disagree in debates in a civilized fashion that made them think.
Mm-hmm. All right. Remember, you said civilized fashion.
That's what everybody was afraid about. He was turning our youth into thinking the right way. I truly believe that. He debated.
All right, we will get into a bit, I think. Let me see. What do I got? Yeah, we're gonna get into a little bit, I think, of what Charlie Kirk actually was, and especially in this next one, they're gonna be talking. Yeah, to say that he's bringing the youth of America to where they need to be, to God, it's just shows just how much these people do not understand. All right, 1 second, somebody's knocking, so I gotta turn this off. Oh. I gotta find it. It's probably my daughter, so 1 second.
Aided these kids with dignity. He made them think.
Remember you're
They
saying
came
that
to
with
listen.
dignity? Remember you're saying
Freedom
that?
of speech is for all of us. And
Okay.
there are also consequences to your freedom of speech, I do believe.
Right.
He never brought harm to anyone. He believed in God. He never called others by wrong names. He gave them the power.
Remember you
and
said
the right
that? Because
to
I've got a
speak.
clip.
All right, so I mean, yeah, like this dude was literally like one of the worst fucking people, right? Like even as a Christian, like I remember like back when I was an actual Christian, when I actually believed in God and I was surrounded by a bunch of Southern Baptists who somehow thought, I mean, maybe it was the Southern Baptists that were blasphemous, but they thought like the whole prosperity gospel was a fucking blaspheme against God, right? Like, I mean, Christians really aren't supposed to be hoarding wealth, not according to Jesus, right? And Charlie Kirk, and we'll get into it. We're gonna get into all of that today. But Charlie Kirk, like, he definitely believed in prosperity gospel, which, as far as I can remember, was considered a blasphemy.
By debating them with both sides of the questions that were thrown their way, or even thrown his way back to him.
Okay.
He brought truth.
And he was white supremacist light. Like, the only reason Nick Fuentes does not like Charlie Kirk is because Charlie Kirk has always supported Israel. You know, he's fascist light, and that's what Nick Fuentes and his groypers have always called Charlie Kirk, fascist light. That's their beef with Charlie Kirk. That's why it was like a legitimate thing. If there are, and you know, it could be like this lefty kid is aware of meme culture and is aware that those particular phrases could lead to the groyper movement, right? Like they're like, and I said it in the stream. Like, you've got to look at this thing in a void of information. Like it's this endless well of possibility, because it is. It could be, you know, conspiracy within conspiracy within conspiracy within conspiracy. You know, like, you just don't fucking know, and especially with this FBI.
To college campuses, mainly through his belief in God, family, and country.
And that's what I've been
if
trying
you
to do,
don't agree
Graham,
with
is look
that,
at all the
then
theories.
There's something wrong with you.
I'm leaning towards like Israel myself, but there's a lack of information, and I don't trust the FBI because they're not really giving us anything. They're giving us a narrative and expecting us to believe it. But like, they're literally the ones covering up the Epstein files. Like, what's going to be, when all is said and done, the biggest scandal in American history.
Okay.
That's why people feared him. He was bringing back God, family, and country into our everyday life. Maybe that's why he was shot at, because of his faith.
Okay.
He tried to show them different ways to think and believe. When we the people stop talking, that's when the violence occurs. And that was one of his quotes. So he always invited debates. Hence, same thing as our podcast. When asked if he died, what he wanted to be remembered by or for, he said, I want to be remembered for the courage of my faith. This has only brought me.
And what she is giving you right now is the whitewashing of Charlie Kirk. The sanctifying of Charlie Kirk. The martyrdom of Charlie Kirk. And it is nothing but propaganda. I put out a meme today. Like, Charlie Kirk fans seem really offended by Charlie Kirk quotes all of a sudden. Because if you direct Charlie Kirk directly, you're besmirching his memory. That's fucked up. That's That's the ultimate gaslighting of gaslighting. Like they're gaslighting America.
To question my faith, to think deeper, to think about God, to think about what's out there. And I can't wait for myself to dig in, to read, to go places, to talk to people.
Well, you should keep in mind that same God is the one who orchestrated this.
No, he did not.
I'm sorry?
Believe
Okay.
this was caused by a lot of social media and a lot of left-wing politicians.
Made by God.
That incited the anger in people.
Made by God.
By people saying Donald Trump is Hitler, by people saying MAGA people are Nazi followers.
All right, so I myself try to stay away from, I will point out Hitler comparisons when there are direct Hitler comparisons. Like a couple days ago when Republicans start saying the quiet part out loud and they're like, this is a Reichstag moment, like 5 days ago or whenever, and it's like, they're literally, it was like 2 hours the dude was like, this is the left's fault for calling us Nazis. And then 2 hours later, he's like, this is our Reichstag moment. Right? Like, so the way I look at it, and I see a rise in fascism, right? And I try to speak in those terms. Now, sometimes I get carried away. Sometimes I get hyperbolic. Sometimes I get angry. And my daughter's still like right fucking here, so no camera. She's 15 now, and she doesn't share my politics. She hates politics, so I'm surprised she hasn't left yet. Hint, hint, hint. I think maybe. All right. All right. I'm going to turn it back on. I laid this out yesterday. I see a rise in fascism. I see a grab for more executive power than we've ever seen in the history of the country. I see, ICE agents flooding neighborhoods, jobs, workplaces, a federal fucking force. I see military troops in cities in America. I see a president who cannot be told he's wrong and believes that the entire government is his. A president who has gotten immunity from his Supreme Court. And now they're talking war. Now they're talking, some are talking like destroying the left entirely. Trump himself is talking about going after donors, the left. That's fascism. Singular government, uber nationalism, the othering of a hate group. I've laid out the definition time and time again on this channel, and if I see fascism in America, where I was raised in North Carolina, where we were, and I talked about this yesterday, we were raised that we defeated fascism. America, it took America to defeat fascism because they couldn't do it on their own. It took us. And then, we committed an atrocity on the Japanese, but we always felt like they deserved it. We did a really good job of demonizing them too. They deserved war. They waged war on us, but they didn't deserve what we gave them. So that's the America I was raised in. Indiana Jones punching Nazis. And I've always felt like I would have a moral obligation as an American to call out fascism in America if I see it. Now, we can disagree on it, but you would have to literally convince me why every aspect of the definition doesn't apply to Donald Trump and this government. And especially now with these calls that we're going to be talking about today, and we've all seen it. Republicans will pretend like they don't say it or they don't see it, but we all see it and we all know what it means. So it's like you can't argue. I have a moral obligation now, and it's a difference when you're doing it from that moral obligation, or then when you're just straight fucking lying about it. Let's go to this. Trump calls Kamala Harris Hitler. Or let's actually go to YouTube. I could probably get it there, but we'll go to YouTube. I'm sure I'll find a video anyway here. Where's it at? Now, people do call him Hitler a lot. So it's hard to find it. It's always, I'm not a Nazi. Alright, I'm gonna have to actually dig for it. So, stupid moment right there, because now you can clip it and say, oh, you couldn't find it, but I'll have to find it. We're gonna get back into that. I'm gonna look over here until I find it. Because I just watched it the other day.
By Biden saying the exact same thing. What happened is some of these left-wing people take this to heart.
Okay.
And then they go after people and shoot people dead.
All right.
For
now,
myself, I'm
Mom?
paying...
Oh,
I'm not done.
sorry.
For myself, I'm paying real close attention now, and my eyes are open. The people that you live beside that you think were aligned with you in different ways, they're not. Max and Kitty's vet, Dr. Tracy, we love you. She's fine. But she sometimes would go into a practice with a doctor in our hometown who has been nationally now in the news.
No, don't do that.
Please don't do this.
Do you know he was standing right out on the street? His dad and I went by this veterinarian hospital.
Okay. I'll have to bleep that out.
Why?
Don't do
Because
that.
we're not going to put people's names in this podcast and dox regular people.
Do not do that.
Okay, all I'm going to say is this. The people that were Max and Kitty's veterinarian that I thought were nice people are not. Mm-hmm. They posted terrible posts online that said he's the first of many to his family and friends.
Bruh.
Fuck-offs.
You are literally sitting next to a man who wishes for children to fucking die for genocide.
Palestinians, 100%.
Okay, here's what I want to say to
Mom,
you.
no, hang on, Mom. How do you reconcile that? You're saying these people said horrible things about Charlie
with what he's saying. I don't align with that. I don't believe in murder.
All right.
When your heart is so bad that you...
All right, so they're getting into the shit now. Let me pull this over. I haven't listened to it, but I'm assuming this is it. Why can't I hear it? Because I never listened to shorts. I don't know how to work them. So, I don't know how to work them.
Every single ad hominem he can think of against Kamala Harris.
We must defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. I use that term because you know what that term means, right? Communist. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist.
Now, if you sat Trump down, as no interviewer has done...
That's not even the one I saw.
And I wish one
so
of them
I'm going to keep looking for the one I saw where he actually calls her Hitler. But you get the idea there, right?
And what is a Marxist?
Let me...
And what...
So you get the idea there, you know, of what I'm getting at. You know, like... I mean, fuck, this dude is the all-time, like, shit talker of all time. Like, this dude calls people every name in the fucking book. But I actually see a rise in fascism, and you know, like, he'll call, like, Biden a communist. I can find you 100 fucking clips of him calling Kamala Harris Marxist, comrade. You know, these people aren't Marxists or comrades. So just like, it's a difference between seeing fascism and and lying about the other side's ideology. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that should be pretty fucking evident. But I want to find the actual one that I saw, because it's like Kamala Harris is a communist Marxist. She's Hitler. She's Stalin. It's like, it was fucking hilarious. Like, all these people are like, they say fascist, and I'm literally watching Donald Trump do what they're crying about. And we've all watched him do what they're crying about 1 million times a day for the last fucking 12 years. But we're the bad guys. We ferment violence. Like, no. And this both siding of this issue is kind of ridiculous. Just look at any of the fucking numbers. When it comes to political violence in America, it's 76% right-wing political violence. It's like 22% Islamic extremist violence, and it's like 4% left-wing violence. Those are the numbers. Those are the history of the country when it comes to political violence. Let's have a real conversation about it.
Agree and celebrate and hurrah to someone being shot down and murdered.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with that. I don't align with what Dad says.
Okay. Are you still going, or can we?
I've got a little bit more.
Okay.
When you first stated here that we were opening this number one topic, and you said that white supremacists and stuff, that this was a celebration or whatever you said, that they were now congregating. Well, also congregations were of a lot of cities throughout the United States with prayer vigils, people praying, praying to God.
Of course.
So see, you just pull one side.
No,
saying it
of
was
course
white
there are prayer
supremacists.
vigils, but I'm saying he was racist. The
He was
racist.
not racist. I totally disagree.
My
Okay,
God.
okay.
Can
Well,
you just pull
Mom?
up the clips?
Yeah, let's do this
Jesus,
now.
just pull
So
the
I've got-
fucking clips.
I've got
Okay,
some
you-
clips.
no, you're
This
not.
is so out of line. You're like, he's a godly man. He was a piece of shit.
Yeah,
he was a
absolutely.
racist, misogynist, fucking homophobic, transphobic piece of shit. And he was on Turning Point behind a desk, not at college campuses all the time, spewing his fucking hatred, creating lists of black people, of professors, of gay teachers, trying to dox them and get them to lose their fucking jobs. He was a piece
I totally
of garbage.
disagree.
A
I
piece
totally
of shit.
disagree.
Now, if I may,
All right, so I think they've started doing this. So you're asking, why are they talking to their mom and dad? A lot of channels are actually doing this. So you'll have like liberal children talking to their MAGA parents, and I think they even have it on the other side, like MAGA kids talking to their liberal parents. You know, I found this channel. It made its way through my algorithm the other day, and I find it fascinating because it reminds me of my family. And I think that they're talking to their mom and dad, and they do it about like every week, and they've been doing it for years, just about the issues of the day, and to try to like resolve the issues, because I think, like I've seen in my family, liberals have grown farther and farther apart from their Republican family members, as the Republican family members has went farther and farther and farther into MAGA, and I think it's fault on both sides, and I think it's because our family members have been lied to by Fox News for so fucking long, man. Like, so long. Like, we allowed Fox News to lie to them, and they were able to do it claiming entertainment. And because Reagan changed some law back in the day, and I mean, it's been a corruption. And I'm not saying like radicalization doesn't happen on the left. It does. I mean, but it's just not like what we've seen on this massive, wide scale level over the last 12 years. It's just not like this. Both siding of this issue is. And you've never seen like liberals calling to outlaw the other side, to like go start killing the other side. You don't see that ever. You see Republicans pretending that it's gonna happen, like back during Obama, when they were pretending like they You know, Obama's going to come take your guns, and it never happened. Obama was going to run for a third term, and it never happened. And now they're like, Trump, run for a third term. You know, like, it's fucking crazy, like, how far we've come in this shit, man.
I agree with everything Haley just said.
I totally disagree with both of you then.
Okay. Also, I think I saw the clip of him getting shot by accident. The actual clip. It is horrific.
It was terrible.
And I don't think anybody ever deserves anything like that for just speaking their mind.
No.
Like Haley said, I disagree with everything he said. I also think he's a horrible piece of shit.
Yes.
But I don't think this is how we should settle our problems.
I mean, he's a horrible piece of shit. He was a horrible piece of shit. That's my opinion of him. And do you know why I have that opinion of him? Because he put himself out there and he said his hardcore, extremist, fundamentalist Christian bullshit, and he politicized Christianity in a way that's just not, it's just icky. Icky. You know, he's not a good person. And when you see like your family members just going farther and farther, they don't know who Charlie Kirk is. They say they listen to him, and you're gonna see like why they like some of the things they listen to. But you know what I'm interested in, what I'm gonna find out about is like going back and seeing where it started, right? Like how different was it back then? I'm gonna find that fascinating because I just found this channel. I listened to this today, and this is about like the Republican narrative of war. That's why we're watching this today. It's not, you can think like the young people are browbeating the old people, but the old people are saying retarded shit. So they need to be browbeaten, and I they're being a lot kinder than I would. Because if my dad told me that payback is coming and I need to be ready, that would not be a pleasant conversation. That would not be a pleasant conversation. What the fuck, Dad? Are you threatening to murder me? Because that's essentially what it is.
Problems. Because they're not settled. It only makes it worse. Like you and Dad are sitting there. Oh, we gotta fucking take America back.
Yeah.
Fuck everybody. We gotta get.
Those kids need to grow up.
What
You need to
he
grow
is
up, this
saying
one
is
guy.
the wrong fucking idea.
No,
all
you
of
have
this
that
is
attitude
gun
too.
violence.
You know
All
why
of
it's
this
the wrong
is
fucking idea for you? Because it's coming your
We should
way.
hold our family
Okay, hang on.
accountable to the
gun
bullshit they
violence
believe.
is at the
Yes.
heart of this matter. Children
coming
got
your
murdered.
way.
Okay.
Children got murdered the same day that Charlie Kirk did, but now you're up in arms about fucking Charlie Kirk instead of the
That's
kids
right.
that got fucking
No,
shot.
we're up in
That's
arms
so
about
wrong.
everyone being killed.
Okay,
That's
now hang on.
bullshit.
It's coming your
bad.
way. You
Hang
opened
on.
the door. Now it's coming in.
Okay.
Hang on.
Me, I didn't
Hang
do
on.
anything.
Yeah,
Hang
you
on.
did.
Hang on. Mom and
You're
Dad.
just as guilty as
Okay.
See, like, he's literally like, it's coming your way to his daughter. And she's like, I didn't do anything. And he was like, yeah, you did. You're just as guilty as the shooter. That's fucked up. Like, you guys are, like, talking shit about these kids, but they ain't saying that type of shit to their parents. They're saying the truth. Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit. He was. Like, if they loved their parents, they're not going to want them saying these nice things about this fucking garbage human being. So, I mean, talk all your shit you want, but you're backwards.
As that piece of shit shooter.
Mom and Dad. You're saying she's as guilty as somebody who committed murder?
Yeah,
How?
her attitude. That's what causes it.
Well, then so are you.
That's right.
No,
Now, you just said
no,
her
me and
attitude
Charlie
was what
Kirk are
causes
not
it.
the
Let's take
same.
a look at.
Except I'm on the right side of the law.
All right, let's take a look at Donald Trump and see if his attitude helped to cause any of this. Are you ready for this clip?
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Old days, boom.
But I will say, this is why I'm watching it.
Boom.
This is why I'm watching it.
Bang, bing, bong. When we were strong, bing, and it goes quickly, right? It's called, you're dead.
Okay, so that's Trump in his various campaign speeches making rifle firing motions and saying that solves problems. You don't think
That
that
is
has anything to
also-
do with it?
That is also the way that you take clips from me and Dad and make those shorts on TikTok. You
Yeah.
take it out of context. You make us look like crap. That's exactly
Uh-huh.
what that was.
Out of context?
What do you talk? He's firing an invisible rifle going, that's how we solve problems.
I mean, out of context, like him telling his followers to beat up hecklers, him saying, something along the lines of Hillary Clinton got away with, is going to take your guns, but I think the Second Amendment people have something to say about. I mean, just the rhetoric isn't a both sides issue. It just isn't, because some fucking max lefties on Twitter or some anarcho-communist or some anarchist on Twitter, whatever crazy person you find on Twitter says some things, does not make a political ideology. It just doesn't. When you have the President of the United States saying things, and you have Fox News saying shit, which, I mean, we're going to get into it, right? I started with this because the family dynamics is what I wanted to talk about first. And you guys seem to be, some of you seem to be siding with, like, the parents here, and I get it. They're old. But, and the liberals are, like, really, like, passionately trying to reach them. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they clearly have a lot of animosity in them, and they probably didn't used to before. You're going to kind of start to see some of that as they're, like, talking to their mom, because their mom is trying to, like, disassociate from the dad, because the dad is saying a bunch of awful shit. And they're going to try to start speaking to their mom, who doesn't read the Bible, who probably didn't used to think all this shit, didn't care about all this shit. But now to the point that, like, dad is saying payback's coming because of this dude that he doesn't even know anything about. That's the problem here. That's the fucking problem here. And it's not just him saying that. It's not just him saying payback is coming. They're saying it all across the country in these Facebook groups, man. Some serious investigation needs to be done into these Facebook groups. I've said it since January 6th. Some serious investigation needs to be done.
It was in the old days. How's that taken out of context?
The way that it's put together.
Okay.
And also the clips that Haley has given me in regard to Charlie Kirk, same thing. The way that they are spliced.
I almost guarantee you that's why this dad is being like that. That's why he's saying these things, right? All laying back nonchalantly, just not really giving a fuck. You guys you're going to get what's coming to you. You're going to get, like, because he's in these chats and that's what they're saying. Like, it's fucking scary shit, man.
It's put together. You can make them look good. You can make them look bad.
I'm sorry. Him literally saying that black people aren't as good as white people.
I have the clips. Here we go. Here's Charlie Kirk, a tribute.
And the word empathy, actually, I think.
Yeah, it is both sides, but again, it's like, is it really, like, are Democrats calling for violence? But, like, yes, some people are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, and I think the optics are horrible, but I'm not going to tell anybody that they shouldn't celebrate a horrible, like, would you celebrate, like, all right, I'll put it this way. What do we really think Republican reaction would be if Barack Obama got hit by a car today and died immediately? What do we really think, if we're honest about it? How would they act?
New age term that does a lot of damage, but I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Because of DEI, it begs the question, when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they
I'll be right back.
Qualified. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? It almost creates thought patterns that are not necessarily, no one really cares when it's HR managers. No one cared when it was, just kind of paper shufflers or even engineers. But now when it's like, wait, hold on a second. You're going to remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live what I believe.
What do I do? So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero.
like the one.
It will not happen.
My appendix
You can
and you're a black
significantly reduce
lesbian.
them through having more
I
fathers in
don't
the
think
home,
so.
by
Dad,
having
shut
more
up.
armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Okay, so there you go. Mom, you said he wasn't racist. There we saw him on a stage yelling a racist slur.
Can I
No.
also
Did you?
just
Wait.
mention-
Wait. That clip, you better do some investigation and go back online and see the full clip. When he said chink, that was the man's name. That the first name was CHENK.
All right, so I didn't hear their example, and if they used an example of him calling Chink Uyghur Chink, then yeah, they just probably don't know who Chink Uyghur is, and then they didn't realize he was talking to some other person. But I'm probably going to be getting my dinner soon, so I'm going to leave my camera off until after dinner. Excuse me. That's what this interruption is for me. So I'm actually going to go back and listen to what he just said. Let's see. I don't see Chink on there. Chink. Yeah, I think he's probably talking to Chink Unger, the host of TYT. I think that's probably their debate that they had, if I'm remembering correctly. Politicon debate. So yeah, that was probably just an unfortunate example. But we're going to have some examples of Charlie Kirk's racism coming up.
Their God-given rights.
Okay, so there you go. Mom, you said he wasn't racist.
That is kind of... I'll turn it on real quick. Yeah, all right. That is kind of fucked up. Like, yeah, people thinking your first name's racist. It is kind of, for a certain group.
There we saw him on a stage yelling a racist slur.
Can I
No.
also
Did you?
just mention-
Wait.
But you can't to me, Graham Prong, because I actually, when I watch, and I'll show you, when I watch like Charlie Kirk, I watch like the whole thing. So like, I just covered him recently, before he died. So we'll go back to where that is. Where are we at? Oh, I didn't actually, or I know I made it like a stream. Thank you, sweetie. All right, no, so it's in one of these working on the channel streams actually, but I looked at like his whole debate with Tilly at Cambridge. Like I watch his whole shit. I know the full context of it. He was a racist. He said racist things. There's no doubt about that. Like Nick Fuentes' problem with Charlie Kirk isn't that he doesn't hate black people. Nick Fuentes' problem with Charlie Kirk is that he doesn't hate Jewish people. So his support for Israel, and and Charlie Kirk was breaking on that support right before he died. So, but we'll be seeing a lot more context of Charlie Kirk's racism, and this I've got too much to watch today to really be taking as long as I'm doing with it. This is probably my favorite video of the day, but that'll be for later, and then we'll watch what Kash Patel is saying about the official narrative right now, and yeah, that'll be the stream.
That clip, you better do some investigation and go back online
Gonna eat my dinner.
and see the full clip. When he said chink, that was the man's name. That the first name was CHENK something.
Okay.
It was a man in the audience that was his first name. So
Okay.
see how your side turns it on everyone.
Sure. Okay.
Look at it. Look at it.
Okay,
I saw
so
it
what about all the
yesterday.
other clips then about him saying black lesbians taking out his appendix and black people shouldn't be doing this and
You
that?
want a black lesbian taking your
Wouldn't
your
care.
appendix out?
Okay,
I don't
cares?
care.
Do ya?
the black
Yes.
Who
pilot-
cares?
Do ya? You
Yes.
think that's
Sure.
the best fucking surgeon you can find?
So yeah, dad is a racist. Dad is a racist. And you know, I think based on their reactions that they have to their dad, that he wasn't always like that, and now that he is, they don't get along. Because quite a few times during this, they talked directly to mom. But yeah, dad's a racist, and Charlie Kirk was a racist.
Okay, chill.
Piece of shit.
The black pilot thing that he
Yeah.
said, I totally agree with.
So
there
you're
were
racist as well.
pilots
We
put
know
into
this.
those airplanes, DEI, DEI.
Yeah, and mom is now a racist too. Judge people by their merit, not the color of their skin. And this DEI is code for black people are less. And we've all known it forever. I mean, like when you guys call out this DEI culture, you're saying black people aren't as smart as white people. Did DEI get out of hand in probably some corporations? Yeah, but those are corporations that are allowed to do that. I mean, under your capitalist bullshit, under your free markets, under your capitalism, corporations have pretty much, I mean, that's why I'm an economic socialist, because we're not free in the workplace. I want to be independent 24 hours a day. I don't want 8 hours to 10 hours to 12 hours, however long those hours are, 5-6 days a week, to where I don't have my independence. Now, I'm not saying I don't want to work, but I want my independence. But that's a different discussion. Dad's a piece of shit. Mom is becoming a bigger and bigger piece of shit. And it's like, if you're a liberal kid, seeing your parents be more and more racist, and especially if they hadn't been like that before, and I don't know that's the case. That's why I really want to go to the very beginning. But I know, like with me, I've seen it with my parents. So, you know, it's a personal thing. You want to help the people you love. And I mean, if you seriously think that a guy can't fly a plane just because he's black, or shouldn't be flying a plane just because he's black, you're a fucking racist.
For jobs that they had to fill. What if they don't even know how to fly an airplane?
Okay, so
what
this
if they're
all makes
not
sense.
qualified?
Okay.
This is all
You're
making
saying-
sense.
Yeah.
Mom and dad are clearly racist, homophobic,
Very, yes.
misogynist. It aligns.
I agree.
So they feel sorry for Charlie Kirk because they are Charlie Kirk. It's that easy.
I believe in God.
Fine with me.
I
I'd rather be Charlie Kurtz.
You omitted all of this shit. You didn't post
some
anything
lesbian-
about him.
Stop that. Stop that.
You're whatever you're saying is it doesn't matter. We all know that you hate everyone. What you didn't post was all of his shit where he talks about women basically need to go to college to get their Mrs. degrees. Taylor
I
Swift
love
needs
that.
to submit to her fucking husband and start having babies. You love that?
And Mrs. Haley, I'm not going to say your last name, even though everybody knows it. Where did you meet your husband? Where did you meet your husband?
I went to college to attain
Where
an
did
education.
you meet your husband? The salt of the earth.
For one, that's way different than getting a Mrs. degree. Like Charlie Kirk is talking about in the old days when when women went to college, they learned how to like knit and cook. You know, like that's what Charlie Kirk is talking about. And oh, I like that. Where'd you meet your husband? Like, oh my fucking! This is what we deal with. This is the family dynamic. This is the effect of MAGA on the family dynamic that they pretend to care about.
Are you that stupid?
I love him.
Are you that stupid? You think I went to college to find a fucking husband and get married? I went to get an education.
You said that's
So I
not
could
her
live a
mama?
life.
I think that is.
I was-
That's his sister. That's her mom. Maybe she's a stepchild of him. I don't know what you heard, but as far as I heard so far both times now, I am eating right now. I'm pretty sure that's her mom. I just think that they have a contentious relationship because of politics now.
Lucky enough to meet somebody in college. I didn't go for that reason.
If we
that is the most uneducated view of women in our country. Like, what is fucking wrong with you guys? You have granddaughters. You really think that my worth is wrapped up in just being a fucking wife and a mother? Think that's all I'm worth?
What? No, but why not?
What
if
if I
that's
don't
what you want
choose
to do
that?
in your life,
What if you
why
don't?
not? There's
What
nothing
if you
wrong
don't?
with that.
They
What?
want to make that this is a fucking white nationalist Christian conservative fucking. It's Project 2025. They don't want women educated. They want us out of education. They don't want us to have jobs. And you agree with that? Because of God?
Did you
Fuck
watch,
your God.
Did you? Oh, see, there's a problem right there. There's not enough God in our country
your God.
anymore.
That's stupid. That's stupid.
Oh
You
my
ever read
God.
the Bible? You ever seen what it
Stop.
says?
I just said I'm going to get closer to God.
No,
and
and
figure
neither
it
have
out.
you.
Oh
That's
my!
Right there. No, and neither have you. I don't know. She sounds kind of like an atheist to me. I don't think they really get into it, but like when you say "fuck your God," I think she's probably an atheist. And I could, if that's the case, I'm like, she's probably read the Bible. I really loved how Chad was like, because you could tell like Chad is trying to rein her in, and then at some point when she was like "fuck your God," he's like he just starts laughing, because he knows their hypocrisy too. They're all, oh, he's a man of God. Like, you've never even read the Bible. And this is most Christians. This is like my family. This affected me so hardcore because this is my family. So you guys aren't really fucking Christians. You've never read the Bible. I'm an atheist. I know more about the Bible than anybody in my family, including the hardcore Christians. Like, it's fucking crazy that they're going to sit there and be like, this is a man of God. You don't know him. You don't know him. He's in the party that's covering up for pedophiles. Although he was... One of the virtuous things about Charlie Kirk was he was against that shit.
Bullshit.
Well, it isn't bullshit.
You guys don't even know what you believe. You don't even know who Charlie Kirk is. He's a morally corrupt piece of shit. You don't even know who he is.
Okay. We do not agree with you at all.
We watched him every day.
But there is this thing... I just want to Haley's point about him being a piece of shit. I agree with that. And it is one of the things that I found most surprising about this shooting is that mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC, are treating him like a saint.
Like a fucking war hero.
I don't get it, quite frankly. I know that like reverence for the dead and all that. And like I said, I saw the video. It's horrific. I don't think his wife and kids should have had to witness that.
I don't think
I don't agree with or condone killing anyone for any reason. I'm against all of that. That
Seems
said,
like Haley wanted him dead.
No, I'm literally saying that is wrong. I don't believe in fucking murdering people like that.
Same.
I fucking hate Charlie Kirk. He's a piece of shit. He is a piece of shit. It doesn't mean he deserves death.
I don't agree with you at all. Neither does Dad. So, like, probably a month ago or 2 months ago on the podcast, you said the same thing about Trump. You wanted him dead.
Well, here's the difference. Here's the difference of this.
There's a big difference.
What's the difference?
Okay,
what's
I'm
the difference?
I'm going to tell you. These billionaire
All right. I think we're almost through with this section, and I've seen kind of what I wanted to see. So I'm going to probably move on. But yeah, and this is like, the family dynamic that they seem to care so much about. They don't care about the American family dynamic. They want to instill patriarchy. And that's what Charlie Kirk was about. And I do agree, like, the divisive politics are both sides. But Democrats have been playing with kitty gloves for so long. Excuse me. Our representatives have been playing burpee because I just ate. For so long, the Democratic Party have just been weak and fickle and not really given the base. The one thing you can say about the Republican Party is they feed their base. Democrats don't. So we have to be louder. We have to be steadfast in our politics. But most lefties aren't out calling for violence of right wing. We want to figure out how to reverse that tide, that what I call the great injustice of the alt-right pipeline that we saw in the 2010s. You know, it did a lot of damage to this country because we pretty much thought we had fascism defeated. It reared its ugly head and really, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Really publicly, it's not the right word, but it'll have to do. Publicly during the 90s with the whole skinhead movement. That's where your Antifa, the modern day Antifa that's been labeled as a terrorist group, sprang up, was in opposition to the skinhead movement that was part of the whole like grunge rock 90s scene that was up in like the Washington area. It would eventually like lead to like alternative rock scene that in the Seattle area, blah 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 blah. So late 80s punk rock into 90s alternative rock. It was basically a music brawl between fascist and anti-fascist, and Antifa was born. Now the fascist lost that battle, I would say. And they got smart. They grew their hair out. They took off, you know, their grunge rock clothing and their, you know, flannel shirts, their ripped jeans and their Converse, and they put on a suit, covered up them tattoos, got rid of any tattoos that might show publicly, except for maybe one on the hand or something, just to give allies a signal. And they got real smart. They influenced gamer society. Really had a lot of breakthroughs there. I would say they won the meme wars of the 2010s. And even though like people like Richard Spencer is irrelevant now, all those old school like alt-right neo-Nazis that really did a lot of damage to this country, they're pretty much insignificant. Milo, all of them. But now you've got Stephen Miller in the White House. You know, I covered the Quiverful movement and how, you know, these Christian nationalists were infiltrating government. I was doing that 5 years ago, and they've probably been doing this for 30, 40 years. You know, all this shit that we're seeing right now, it's been a long time coming. And it's, I think, orchestrated. Or actually, no, we're going to move on from this, and we're going to get into this. So this is like, you know, Don Lemon's new YouTube channel. I know Righty's going to hate Don Lemon. For one, gay man, black man, you know, shit. All the mans that they don't like. But he's going to have an interesting panel that are going to talk about what they're seeing in the media. This was yesterday. So we'll take a look at this.
Here now is the President of the United States on Charlie Kirk being killed.
Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. We have a great country. We have a
I do try to do that on an individual basis, Graham, but when we're talking movements, I don't think you can.
Radical left group of lunatics out there, just absolute lunatics, and we're going to get that problem solved. I'm only concerned for the country. Yeah.
Jen, he's calling people lunatics, and we don't know the cause, who caused this, what the motivation was, or anything.
He ran on this. He ran on defeating the enemy from within. And so this doesn't surprise me. This is what I'm really, really scared about, is this being used to erode civil rights. And when we were doing the podcast during the 2024 election and they were talking about mass deportation, I told Pumps, my co-host, you guys, I was like, Pumps, they're going to put people in concentration camps. And she was like, no. And then Alligator Alcatraz comes up. And I think that when you have authoritarian figures everything they do is about clinging on to power. And who wants us to have a civil war? Russia. Our other adversaries, Xi Jinping, Modi, they're all meeting together. And then you have the president of the United States, but he's always attacked the other half of the country. And it's a really terrifying time. And I need my politicians to be better than we are. We have petty things. We feel revenge. We feel like, oh, the Latinos for Trump, you fucked around and found out. I need for the politicians to be bigger and better than I am. I need for them to want to govern for everybody. And that's not what this administration does.
Yeah. Do you think that's possible, David Pakman? Is that a pipe dream?
I mean, I think at this point, with 3 years.
Yeah, and I think that's a valid point, and that's what I was trying to kind of iterate before. Is, it's a difference when I can come online and just spew my thoughts, right? Like, I'm literally, who the fuck am I? I mean, literally, who the fuck am I? I'm nobody. Big difference when Nancy Mace is going on and blame, all Democrats are to blame for this. Like, she's exactly right. Our politicians should be better. And I would say, like, say whatever you want about the Democratic Party. I think they're too nice when it comes to civility in politics. Republicans have been playing a different ball game for a long time, and Democrats just, they want to be, we have standards, and, when they go low, we go high bullshit. It's the lefties and the online liberals that are vocal and fight back. It's not like Democratic politicians. So it's that's why I say, like, I just don't see it when it comes to the politicians. It's not a two-sided issue. It's only one party demagoguing violence right now. It's not both parties. Now you can claim that calling fascism, but like pretty much everything Kamala Harris said. I mean, she was a weak candidate, but like she is looking to be a prophet because everything she said he was going to do, he fucking did, and it was easy. Like, Project 2025 was a thing. If he adopted it, it was going to look like what Harris said, and he adopted it. He is implementing it. So it's going to look exactly like Harris said, because he was lying when he said he wasn't going to, and we all knew he was lying when he said he wasn't going to.
There's in 4 months or whatever left of this presidential term. It's hard to be bullish that that's going to happen at this time. I mean, hopefully there would be others that would be able to sort of lower the temperature in some sense. But if you look just at the last 24 hours on Twitter and social media platforms, what we're seeing, it seems to be the opposite. Raising the temperature. I know people who are canceling in-person events for the foreseeable future just because, I mean, especially when you look at even the security situation yesterday.
Yes, there is a police officer on the panel. It's funny how the police officers that were involved in January 6th are automatically don't get that validation now, right? Like, those weren't police officers, those were enemy. And it's such a fucked up thing.
Most people don't have as much security as was there. And still, it could do nothing to prevent this. So it seems extremely difficult to believe that we're going to see that, especially when we're not really seeing a reduction of the temperature coming from the top down.
Sam, welcome to the program.
The guy right here, that's the police officer from January 6th. He's been very vocal, and especially probably since Trump pardoned the people that tried to kill him. So yeah, he's probably got some beef.
I'm so glad to have you on finally. I've been trying to get you on. I watched your content on Charlie Kirk, and it resonated with me because I think everyone is dealing with this same thing. There's a conflict. Of course, you don't want anybody to be killed or die this way. However, Charlie Kirk had a lot of ill feelings for a lot of people. He was a bigot. He was a sexist. He was all of the above as it comes to bigotry.
Mm. The thing that is resonating with me is the incorrect conflation of our response to this hatred and bigotry. that somehow responding to this bigotry is hateful, and it is a useful reframing of their hate to make it look as if a response to this vitriol that affects immigrants, gay people, minorities, everyone, is somehow a violent response, and it has been the same message that they've run constantly, and anyone paying attention to this can see this, except the people who are hoovering this up and turning around and expelling this vitriol back onto the internet.
Walter?
Yeah, I think this is going to be used as justification by the far right, by the state, by MAGA, by the White House, to crack down on dissent and political dissidents. I think that this, and what's even worse, if it stopped there, that would be something we could all deal with. I think you will see centrist Democrats, neoliberals, at an institutional and political level use this to silence their critics and competition on the left.
Yeah, and this trying to rewriting of the narrative where calling out hate is hate, and that's what they're speaking to right now. It's batshit crazy. It's turning a sane world insane. Again, I grew up in America where Indiana Jones punched the Nazi. I grew up in that world. The world of like Spies Like Us. Or wasn't that the Dan Aykroyd movie where he's like becomes a spy and goes over to Russia and everything. Like I grew up in that America to where, if you were a skinhead neo-Nazi, you needed to shut the fuck up and go away or get arrested. Like it's like those were your options. Because we weren't cool with fucking Nazis and fascism and now to say us calling out a president who literally just spends all of his time calling his political opposition communist and Marxist when the segment of even the opposition left in this country, the segment of that is actually max left, is so minuscule. The vast majority of what's considered opposition left in America is progressive, which isn't even, nobody can say that that's an extremist view to have. Progressive politics, I consider them moderate. Those were my moderate days. And not just me, but just by political philosophy standards, that's moderate. That's not this fucking Overton window bullshit. Joe Biden is not, he's like a classic liberal. You couldn't even really call him a liberal. He's a corporate fucking Democrat. He's as much right-wing as he is left. That's why Mitch McConnell was like his best bud. That's why it was such a betrayal for Mitch McConnell to fucking betray Joe Biden the way he did. Because, yeah, it's one thing to do it to Barack Obama, but your best friend? For real? So it's just this different level. And I am a far lefty. I do have my biases. But it's just not the same. Even the far left, most of the opposition left isn't calling for violence. Most of the opposition left isn't celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. I literally waited I don't know how long has it been? I really just started getting disrespectful about Charlie Kirk today. I've been looking at the theories. I haven't been talking about who Charlie Kirk is until today, right? I gave it time. But the people that didn't, the people that felt discriminated against by Charlie Kirk, or the people that felt morally they felt obliged in that moment to say this guy was a piece of shit, I can't hold that against them. and they have the freedom of speech to do so. And if you're a free speech absolutist, as these people have claimed to be since I was like knee high, then they shouldn't care. And they don't care when they do it. Again, if you're honest with yourself, just ask yourself, how would they react if Barack Obama were to die today? And I'm not wishing that man any harm. I'm just saying, ask yourself honestly. It would be far worse than anything you've seen from the left. Far worse.
You know, this is a left-wing thing. We don't know who the shooter is. This was a gunman who shot, like, I mean, literally anyone.
Yeah, I hate that shit, Graham. It's stupid. It's un-American.
Has gone online and said this is the most insane shot they've ever witnessed. This is the most accurate. Like, I mean, you know, there's two people on this panel that can back me up on this, but of course that was the left. And you know, we've repeatedly said as leftists, you know, that none of us have said. I think it's funny, like when I hear that people die in Gaza, I've never said, well, you know what? I mean, did they like gay people? When I hear that people drowned in Texas because of something that was preventable, I didn't particularly ask what their political affiliation was. So we're the same people that don't want violence. We're trying to get guns off.
Yeah, I agree, Marty. The parents were pretty fucked up.
This is going to be used as a political football, and a way to enact violence on marginalized people, on just everyone. I'm worried. I'm a public figure. I go out in public. I go into these spaces. I go into MAGA spaces a lot. I do live shows. I'm starting a live tour next month. Amazing timing.
Yeah, and just like the level of fear, like I would cancel the tour. I would cancel the tour. I would not do that tour. Fuck, dude. Like I'm afraid to go to work because like I'm outspoken even at work. Like everybody knows my views. Like if there's one crazy person at my work that is like just so distraught over this shit, right? Like I wouldn't even see it coming. I wouldn't even see it fucking coming. Man.
Yeah, and I mean, and that being said, I just want to reiterate, I'm upset that Charlie Kirk is being martyred. I don't care about him at all. I don't like him. I don't care about him. I wish he had. I'm upset that he is a martyr, and that people are looking at him positively.
True, but the government is literally threatening to come after us for our speech, for our political beliefs. We're not going to be able to espouse our leftist beliefs, according to Donald Trump, if he gets his way. Yeah, I mean that's what we're facing right now.
There's been nothing about anything that he's ever done that has been positive towards anyone. I mean, this is a man who has said MLK was not a good person. He has said that we're better under segregation. And this is unequivocal stuff. There's no context-related things about it. And there's a lot of people that generally have no idea who this man is. They just know that he was, MAGA.
Yeah, when I went out yesterday, there were folks who had no idea. Jolly, I have to ask you, he says that he's a martyr now. That's what Walter says, he's a martyr. Listen, you are a veteran. He's getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And I just wonder how you feel about that, and about how they are, if you watch the news, and it's not even just right-wing news, if you watch legacy media, Charlie Kirk appeared to me from watching was some kind of a hero.
Yeah, I mean, like we said this morning, they're trying to rewrite history. They're trying to recreate who Charlie Kirk is. But we can all see him, right? Like we heard what he said and have been watching him. So they don't get to gaslight us into Charlie Kirk was this great man. No, Charlie Kirk preached hate. Charlie Kirk condoned hate. Charlie Kirk said that gun deaths are useful because that way we get to keep the Second Amendment to protect our other rights. That's Charlie Kirk words, not mine. And so this is a very hateful person, and he created hate around him. He silenced marginalized voices. He made fun of marginalized communities for becoming victims of the oppressive system that he benefited greatly from. He didn't graduate college, but he makes fun of black women, the most highly educated demographic in America. So he's just an overall bad person, a hateful person. And like Walter said, and like you just pointed out, they're trying to make him a martyr. Not trying. I don't know why I'm saying trying. They're making him a martyr. Donald Trump has said the word martyr out of his mouth. MAGA online today, if you've done any amount of scrolling, they are saying this is their guy and you guys did it. And then they're also saying the part that Jennifer pointed out. They're saying this is war. That's what they're saying. There's the words coming out of their mouth. And I mean, we don't have to like do a bunch of research or try to figure this out. There's already a playbook that was written in Germany. Like this is what happens. First, we create an emergency, then we martyr somebody. I believe the guy that was martyred in Germany is like Ernst von Rompf or something. But you guys should go look at what happened in Germany because this shit's the same playbook. Like they're just doing that. And I think that Stephen Bannon and what's his name? Alex Jones and
again, because he's about to talk about a list. I believe this is the guy that talks about the list going around on X. But yeah, like, and that's when I make the Germany comparisons, is when I see them doing things Germany did. Again, when they're coming out of their mouths, this is the Reichstag moment. And he, like, this veteran here, I'm not sure who this is. He's got to be some, like, none of these people are, like, small-time media people if they're on Don Lemon's program, right? Like, this is, like, the liberal version of Morgan Pierce or whatever that dude. I hate that guy, so I just don't watch him. I probably should because that's like what everybody's watching now, right? But whatever that show is, this is kind of like the liberal thing. Like Don Lemon will do this every once in a while. He'll bring him on a panel, but it'll be the opposite of what you're gonna get with some of them debates over there, man. But yeah, I found this to be a great conversation, and he's talking about. They're using the playbook. Trump came out really, really quickly and put this on his political opposition. And as he said, like, the word martyr has come out of his mouth. That is the exact playbook. But the thing that I don't, realize, the thing that I don't think, Trump realizes is that Hitler wasn't the guy in charge at the end of all of that. Hitler was the guy in charge at the end of all of that. He wasn't exactly the guy in charge at the beginning of all of it. Right? Like, he was in charge, he slowly worked his way into being in charge of the Nazi Party. But like the chancellor had to go so Hitler could become the chancellor. I think it was the chancellor, right? But yeah, like, so he doesn't quite understand about that part of the playbook, but I'm sure Stephen Miller isn't telling him that part of the playbook. But yeah, like, those are the comparisons. And then when they actually say the quiet part out loud, I wish I had the name of because I think it was two people that said Reichstag, and I believe one was from the administration.
Russell Vought and Stephen Miller, these guys are behind it. So I don't think it's conspiracy to say that they're trying to manufacture a crisis to create civil unrest at best, civil war at worst.
But you're not saying that Charlie Kirk deserved what he got.
Thank you, Piers Morgan.
No, and nowhere in my words did I say that. No,
I just want to make it clear, Charlie. That's
no. If there's any ambiguity, let me be clear. As I've said multiple times, I don't condone violence. There's no room for violence. Violence only begets violence. When violence like this happens, the first communities that will be affected are Black and brown communities and the LGBTQI plus community, because that's who they're going to target as the left that they need to get revenge for. When they see me walking on the street, I'm coded for safety. So no, I cannot condone violence. I'll never condone violence. Not the way.
So Michael Fanone, as a victim of...
All right, so it'll be later. I thought it was going to be right now, but like this dude, I'm pretty sure it's this guy. We'll bring up what the list that's going around X. There's a hit list going around on X of, popular left-wing commentators, interlocutors, to take out, and the guy's exactly right. Like, if they do get riled up enough about this, and Trump, I don't think Trump's done riling them up about this. Like, you know, like Michael is going to speak about it later, the cop from January 6th, how he watched the rhetoric amp up. And like I said, it seems like the rhetoric's moving away from the mainstream rhetoric, although I'm sure we're going to get some more from Trump. Trump is going to be fueling it. But right now that rhetoric is in those safe spaces, the safe spaces they think they have, and it's probably going to be even more dangerous now to try to infiltrate those spaces, because if they find you out and they find where you're at, you could be in some like serious fucking trouble. Like, they're not going to make the mistakes they made the last time. Like the last time I said, like, it was pretty easy the last time for me to get into some of their Facebook groups. Like, I just had to pretend to like fucking hate Joe Biden. That's all I had to do. It was, just pretend to hate Joe Biden. What else was it? Stop the steal. You know, just use their slogans and shit. You get into the fucking groups. But now I would be probably nervous to do it. Like, we live in different times now, right? And they've already done violence once on a massive level. And I know, like, when these right wingers are talking about like left-wing violence, far left-wing violence, they're talking about the Summer of Love. They're talking about George Floyd and all the riots. And I just have to reiterate, and again, you can go and really search the facts on this. Yes, there was violence in that summer. Most of that violence was sparked by police. Most of it. Now, some of it wasn't sparked by police. And if you've never been in a major protest like that, I mean, you could probably go ask Kyle Rittenhouse about what I'm about to tell you. Like, in the middle of a protest, you are fucking jacked. Especially if there's counter-protesters, you know, and on the left side, those counter-protesters are vicious looking, right? Like, neo-Nazis are not pussies. Like, they are some big-ass, rough-looking dudes that have been in fights their entire life. It's scary. And it's even scarier when it's lines of police officers in their riot gear and their tear gas. So you are fucking jacked. And when you are fucking amped up on adrenaline, you do crazy shit. So yes, shit gets out of hand easily, especially in high tension First Amendment protests like we had during the Summer of Love. But that is fundamentally the price of having the right of protest, the right of free speech. That, as somebody said it in the side chat, there isn't responsibility when it comes to civil liberty. You are wrong there. We are born with that. And it doesn't come from God. It comes from being born onto a planet that we're all born onto. And we all start from the same spot, even though some people delude themselves into thinking they're better than others. Because they have more. It is my opinion that this world belongs to all of us. We shouldn't pay for our water. That water is ours, and it should be protected and kept clean. Hershey shouldn't be getting it for free, while poor people in Flint, like, literally started dying from drinking their water. Like, you know, it's just, I don't know. There's so much I could talk about this society. I could ramble on for hours, but then I'll be here until bedtime, which I'm probably going to be anyway, and we need to get through all this shit. So let's go.
Political violence. You have sat back for the last, what has it been, 24 or 25 hours or so, maybe a little bit longer, that this has happened. You've watched the news coverage, and I want to know your feelings on this right now.
I mean, I think that when it was described as an incredibly dark time for America, that was appropriate. As somebody who, you know, was in law enforcement in the weeks and months leading up to January 6th, I saw a lot of the rhetoric that was being utilized, you know, describing, you know, the election and how it had been stolen from Republicans, and that, you know, Trump was the rightful winner of that election, and how it inspired and stoked his supporters to commit, you know, egregious acts of violence against myself and my colleagues at the Capitol on January 6th. This is much worse. And knowing what we know, let's talk about the facts. We obviously, Charlie Kirk was murdered, but we have absolutely no information about the shooter or his or her motivations. There's a person of interest.
I mean, we are going to watch, I think it's one of the latest things from Kash Patel. I probably should, get over my ego and watch some, real news, or search for some real news. I've been streaming and I've been working, so I just haven't really had time to really go through the real news and try to catch up, what news sources are saying. But it's I don't know, it seems to be like a void of journalism on this, so we'll listen to Kash Patel, but I don't know. I need good. I wish there was news that I could trust, and I just don't trust anything nowadays. I don't think we live in this weird era that, Trump really attacked news organizations, and I think they're fucking terrified of him. I think journalists are terrified of him.
But we don't know what, the why, or who. But we have Donald Trump, again, pulling out the radical left lunatic, playbook phrasing, pointing the finger at Democrats. We have lawmakers like Nancy Mace coming out and saying that it is the fault of the radical lunatic left. And I don't know if you saw this. I sent it to you just before we got on, but I happened to see.
You want me to play it? I can play it. Let me play it for it. Play it now, and then you can respond to it.
All right. So, he's talking, he saw the amping up of the rhetoric, leading up to January 6th. And, I'm sure some of those police officers, he was probably aware of what was being said in those Facebook chats, because some of those police officers were probably in some of those Facebook chats and probably shared a lot of those same fucking beliefs. And they were just doing their jobs on January 6th. I don't even know if this dude was a liberal before January 6th, but you can bet your ass after being attacked by MAGA, he's a liberal now. But that shouldn't matter. What should matter is the people in the party that say protect the blue and hold up police officers, to this day, for some reason, vilify these police officers for doing their job, even though they might have disagreed or agreed with the rioters at the time, doing their fucking job. It just shows you what this movement is really about, and it's about itself, and that's it, and that's all.
Here is this is a lawmaker blaming the media.
Oh yeah, it takes them a while to get this one up.
Sorry,
Andy,
1 second.
I'm sure he's got his people, but and we're gonna go back to the beginning of that because I was talking. I'm sure he's got his people, but it's a little harder doing it on YouTube than having a whole studio of people doing it for you. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be able to turn my camera back on in a second.
Every single one of you here, you're at fault. Hey, you know what? Knock it off. Knock it off.
Do you believe Republicans are problematic?
You are responsible for that assassination yesterday. You should be ashamed of yourself. What about the Democrats?
This is a senator, I believe, telling reporters that they are responsible for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. An elected official, a representative of the United States government, telling the free press that they're responsible for. I think I can turn back on. All right. They're responsible for this shooting. You know what? Fuck that. You know who's responsible for this shooting? Every Republican senator that's voted no on every piece of gun legislation, on every conversation about the Second Amendment, about stopping these shootings, about doing something to stop these shootings. Like, maybe if this Tyler person was the fucking shooter, I'm not sure he is. Maybe, maybe not. He's innocent until proven guilty in this country. So maybe he's the shooter, and if he is the shooter, and he's some crazy fucking person that has been grown up around guns, maybe we need to think about how we stop crazy fucking people from being around fucking guns. You know, like, maybe expand healthcare coverage to include mental health for everybody instead of taking it away from 20 million people. Maybe try to do one goddamn thing instead of say no for my entire fucking life. But especially since Columbine, when this became a really fucking big deal. Like, people try to pretend like Columbine was the first school shooting. It wasn't. It was just the one covered by the modern media. I think the first one was back in the 60s, maybe even the 50s. Like, they're the ones responsible for this shit, if anybody is. It's fucking retarded. The way this country thinks. Like, I've been anti-gun for so fucking long. Trying to do at least something, especially like it's really heated up since I had a kid and she got of age to go to school, and it becomes like, I don't know, at some point, like, you know, there for a while it seemed like really young school shootings was an anomaly, and that's just had it happening more and more. But you know, at a certain age, you realize, yeah, she's a little older now, and I feel a little differently about school. Like, and then like the older she gets, the more Russian roulette it becomes. And especially like our town hasn't been hit yet, so there's another form of the fucking gun Russian roulette of America, is because we haven't been hit. It hasn't happened here yet. The odds are better it's gonna. You know, like. Fuck. That's who's responsible for this shit, in my opinion. If anybody's gonna be blamed, it should be that. It should be the ineptitude of our government to be able to do anything about this fucking problem. Not the left. Not even the right. If it did turn out to be like Nick Fuentes and his fucking groypers, no, let's deal with the problem. Mental illness and guns, that's what we've been saying. Let's fucking finally do something about it. But right now, that would be irresponsible as fuck. Because we actually have a tyrannical government we need to worry about right now. So actually what the Second Amendment's for needs to be considered. But that's a different conversation that would probably get my channel banned, because that is like a conversation about actual civil war.
Cool hat.
Yeah. So let me paint the picture for you, because I know some of the context behind this. This is
Derek Van Orden, by the way. He's from Wisconsin, right. Representative. Sorry, right. Go ahead, Michael.
Representative Darren.
And that's what like people aren't understanding in this fucking thing is like when they say it's war, the Civil War is not going to be easy for them. Militaries are going to be taking sides. There's going to be states. Now, I think the Union always has the fucking advantage. And right now, they have the Union. So, I mean, but this is the conversation we're having now. Civil War. Yes, both sides need to tone it down, but it's only one side taking us there. And both sides don't need to tone it down. One side needs to tone it down a lot.
Eric Van Orden, it's the steps of the Capitol. There was a press scrum in which they were interviewing another representative, and Derek Van Orden interjected himself into that interview to blame each and every one of the reporters, journalists who were there just doing their job as having been responsible or be responsible for what happened. Now, I'm going to point out, Derek Van Orden was present on January 6, 2021 at the Capitol, and he certainly was not there supporting law enforcement that day. But yet he has the audacity to blame journalists for murdering Charlie Kirk. And I know one of the journalists that was there, and in the immediate aftermath of that incident, that journalist began to receive hate-filled, threatening messages from the MAGAverse, which I'm sure all of us are quite familiar with. But that is the exact rhetoric. And then, bring up Jesse Waters. While you,
if you want to hear it, by the way.
Yeah, play the soundbite.
Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters. You got riots in LA. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it. This is unacceptable and has to stop. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what. The politicians, the media, and all these rats out there. This can never happen again. It ends now. Greg's right again. This is a turning point.
Like an MSNBC dude got fired for like speaking truth. I mean, like I don't even see like. So like the free speech absolutists are celebrating people losing their jobs over Charlie Kirk, getting people fired from their jobs over Charlie Kirk, and this dude can sit there and pretty much say, yeah, what do you think pressure means? Like, and what do you think he means when he uses, very familiar terminology like rats? People try to both sides this shit. There's no both siding this. There just really isn't. Point me to an equivalent left-wing person saying that. Like, nobody is. And what he just said is bullshit, because at least one of those people were right-wing. That was the person that shot Donald Trump was right-wing. Minnesota, I don't know if he included the Minnesota shooter. They're trying to paint that as some far left-wing thing. As far as I understand, it was like an anarchist thing, and that's neither. That's like just chaos. It was like satanic. That's crazy people. Shit. I don't know. I need to look into that more. It's not what they say it is. And Don Lemon's going to give you a pretty good list of his own. But I mean, for one, again, you can look at the numbers when it comes to this. Nobody's saying like left-wingers don't do fucked up shit, because we do. Last time I really looked into like Antifa violence, sure, there's violence at protest when, Antifa is face to face with the fascists. And I mean, I'm not talking your typical MAGA Republican here. I'm talking like the people that are loud and proud, I love Hitler people, like the people that don't hide their love of Hitler. Those people, the scary people. There was like 3 murders, and most of those, like 2 of the 3 murders, I think one was political. I can't remember the guy's name, and then 2 was like crimes of passion, like their significant other cheated on them or something. It's just not equivalent if you look at the numbers. Now, there are like rashes of violence usually. So usually if there's left-wing violence, you're going to have repetitions of some left-wing violence, or the opposite. Like say there's left-wing violence, you'd have an influx of right-wing violence and retaliation, and vice versa. But I think oftentimes, and I'd have to look at the history again, maybe the history's changed because we have so much. I mean, we have so many shootings every year that each year is actually fairly impactful. But like to speak of like rashes, like there was a period of like 2021, I believe, to 2023, where every single political murder in the country was done by the right wing. And you could probably find similar fads like that where it's left wing, but I think probably you'd have to go back to the 70s and 60s. And a lot of that I think would be outside left wing terrorism, like, you know, foreign left-wing terrorism, because it just doesn't happen much in this country. It never really has. This country has been dominated by the right wing because they've done such a great job of just kind of bullying the left wing into non-existence. I mean, they did a really good job of getting rid of the far left in America after World War II. I mean, they got rid of the far left in America. We didn't have a left in America. We had the Republicans, which weren't this far right, and then we had the Democrats, which pretended to be like lefties, but they weren't. They they just weren't. You know, they civil liberty lefties, but corporate fucking shills, and just as responsible as the Republicans for the corporatization of America.
And we know which direction we're going.
Yeah, no, I and listen, like. That was taking place while we were on our panel discussion yesterday, Don, and each and every one of us was talking about how we can't condone this type of violence, how violence has no place in America. You know, by the way, each and every Democrat who's chimed in on this, Democratic lawmaker, elected official, what have you, has said, and correct me if I'm wrong, if there are any exceptions to this that anyone here has heard, have said unequivocally, there is no place in America for political violence, that what happened to Charlie Kirk was nothing other than a tragedy and a travesty. But yet, with Republican lawmakers, I've heard nothing but them using
I'd probably agree with that, Graham.
hate-filled language,
maybe not radical, but he'd be right.
At the political left, calling for or inciting violence.
He'd probably be a never Trumper. Most of the Kennedys are never Trumpers, but most of the Kennedys pretend to still be Democrats.
Against the political left. I mean, you don't have to read between the lines to understand what Jesse Waters is saying when he says we need to apply pressure to these people.
Mm.
We know exactly what that means. And this is a person who has a tremendous amount of influence, a tremendous amount of followers from people who, I'm just going to call it what it is, have a predisposition for violence. We saw it all unfold on January 6, 2021, when 15,000 Trump supporters, not Antifa, Trump supporters, stormed the Capitol steps and violently assaulted law enforcement officers. Now, yes, there have been incidents in this country, tragedies, travesties, in which members of all different political ideologies have committed heinous acts of violence. The difference is you don't hear Democratic lawmakers capitalizing on that moment to energize their base, stoke fear, and instill thoughts of violence and retribution. And that's what we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think you have to attribute, like Trump's reaction to Project 2025 and the installation of Christian nationalism. Man, really burpy. I need to stop drinking so much soda. I keep saying I'm going to stop drinking soda and start drinking nothing but water. And I had done that at one point. But I about a year ago started drinking soda again, and I need to stop because it makes you so burpy, and it's nothing but like death in a can, but it's delicious. So I lost my point because I started rambling. So yeah, might as well just keep going on because I lost my point. I hate it when that happens. Don't smoke weed.
So unfortunately, as someone who spent 2 decades as a police officer and understands retaliatory violence, it is only a matter of time before the next violent act occurs.
So I want David, listen, I want all of you guys just to speak. If you guys have something to say, please. But I wanted to, in the beginning here, make sure that everybody got their point across. So you guys now, I'm going to open the floor up.
So yeah, like he makes a really good point. Like, and it's really it's just really insulting that like they got on to Barack Obama fucking so hard for shedding a couple fucking tears after Sandy Hook, right? Like they railed on him for that. For crying over school kids being fucking slaughtered. They said it was political. You know, like and my point that I was gonna make, and I lost it, was, you know, like it's not even like he's got to be trying to institute his master plan to have the reaction he's having to this Charlie Kirk shooting. It's just the fact that he's the worst possible person we can have as the president of the United States in a situation like this, because he just can't help himself. Like when he came out and said like he doesn't really give a shit about healing the country, about bringing us together. Like, that should be a deal breaker if you're the president of the United States. That should be an oath. That should be considered breaking his oath of office. Like, he's the worst person possible to have as president of the United States when Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. The worst person. It doesn't have to be an agenda involved. He's just an awful person. And he's malicious. He has a malicious intent. It's
to whoever wants to speak. But here's the thing. The Republican officials and these influencers, as you have seen, they've been blaming Democrats. They've declared war on the right. I want to give you some facts because Michael just brought it up. The man who targeted and killed a Democratic Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman was a Trump supporter. The man who targeted the home of Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro, which DL mentioned, was a Trump supporter. The men who wanted to hang Mike Pence on January 6th, as Michael just mentioned, Trump supporters. The man who targeted and killed the son of Obama-appointed District Judge Esther Salas, a Trump supporter. The man who tried to kidnap Nancy Pelosi and assaulted her husband was a Trump supporter. The men who were convicted trying to kidnap Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer were Trump supporters. The man who sent pipe bombs to the homes of Obama and Biden was a Trump supporter. There is no equivalent or even similar list of Obama or Biden supporters who have carried out similar murders, attempted murders, or violent attacks in this country. And before you respond, I want to put this up.
And yeah, I mean, if there is, provide it, because they're just in. Biden and Obama represent liberals, and liberals are moderates. Liberals are pretty close to the Never Trumpers. Like pretty close, closer to the Never Trumpers than they are to us. Nowadays, anyway. Excuse me. I mean, we all have liberal ideals, but some of us just take it a bit farther than others, I guess. Some of us can accept genocide, some of us can't, you know. There's just really no equivalent. Like if you're really going to have a conversation about radicalization, if you're going to have a conversation about political violence, if you're going to have a conversation about gun violence in America, there's just no conversation to be had outside of, like, right wing and guns don't go well together. They don't. Most of your gun violence happens in the most ruby red of states. Like, you think it's California and New York, you'd be wrong. Like, if you just look at the information, just look at it, it's not what you think it is. Most gun violence happens in the Bible Belt, that belt in the deep South, ruby red country, Bible country. Most of the gun violence in America happens there. Most of the gun violence in America happens because of suicide. More and more people, the more and more access we have to these firearms, we take ourselves out far, far too young before we have to. Now, I am not a person that thinks that suicide is morally wrong if it's a personal choice that you do at the end of your life. I think that needs to be a serious discussion. I don't think people should have to suffer in their old age through dementia, through an anomaly of diseases that if they expressed it before when they were of sound mind, I that's a different conversation. So I'm not like, I don't have any moral qualms to suicide, but I don't want people committing suicide. Like if we could, I think if it's a little harder to get guns for people, especially if, in times when they're dealing with severe depression, then that might do it's a lot harder if it's going to be harder, and maybe that extra element might make them think twice. Give life another chance, because you only get one. All this talk of heaven, even hell, it's all bullshit. You get one life. Maybe reincarnation is a thing, but I mean, it's a pipe dream thing, a dreamer in me thing. I want it to be true. I want to come back as something somewhere. Do it again. Doesn't have to be human. It could be like, man, it's not coming to my brain. I wanted to use the Mormon planet. Like I can go live there in a different life.
This is from the Anti-Defamation League, okay? And this is who's responsible for most of the political violence in this country. 75% right-wing extremism. 75%. David, you first.
CSIS.
Is David frozen? Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, David froze.
The shooter is, and we don't know. It is condemnable as an individual act. And one of the points
I always like David Pac-Man. He's going through his shit right now. But thing I want to remind people is everybody's out to make money. I mean, and nobody's going to be 100% honest with you about their money. I don't really hold the current shit against any of those folks. I do think it's shady. I don't like the way they reacted to Taylor Lorenz. I think that's shady. But I think that we need to try to find some way to unite with each other until we can defeat this movement. And I want people to know I am actually considering, they're making it really hard for me to consider, but I have considered backing off of certain terminologies that I use and using other terminologies like movements and less hard-hitting terminologies. I've considered that in the past, but when people are trying to make it an issue, then I think it becomes even more important to use the terminology they're trying to prohibit you from using, right? If you're going to tell me I can't say fascist when I see fascism, then I'm going to say it louder. And I really was considering of kind of moving away from that language because of the optics of the language, just the way that it does turn off people. Because, fascists are fascist even if they don't know they're a fascist. And that's that whole argument. Did the majority of the Germans know about, the Holocaust? And, I'd say it'd be hard not to. But even if you don't know, you're complicit. And I will not be complicit. I will not be. And I already see us doing fascist things, like sending people to fucking... For one, the way we're deporting people is immoral. But to send them to places they're not from, to concentration camps, to some of the worst prisons in the fucking world. Come on, guys. Alligator Alcatraz. It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. And I will not be complicit.
Beliefs. I'm struggling to feel specific empathy for Charlie Kirk, and that's one thing. But if you're against gun violence,
yeah, probably. You reduce killing, you two probably looking at me. I've been talking a lot of shit.
You say, well, in this particular case, it was
I'm just a little channel.
Or whatever the case.
They're probably going to get shut down.
In order to try to tread new ground where we have an all absolutely the case.
Well, I guess David's having connectivity issues. So go ahead, Sam.
I'll just say that if you look at this pie chart, we amount to a rounding error in terms of political violence enacted in this country. And I challenge anyone
I
to
haven't
look
removed any
at this
comments
and hear the list that you have just read out loud and tell us otherwise. And really, it is the insistence to not believe your own lying eyes and ears with this rhetoric that frustrates and enrages me, because you are telling me a lie to my face, and I'm telling you that I don't believe you, and then you call me hateful, and I don't understand it.
Which is why I have this hot take. All right. So this narrative that they're spinning up, that Nancy Mace and Jesse Waters and Alex Jones and who was the other one? Steve Bannon, and then this guy on the steps, and then every MAGA influencer online, they're spinning this message up. This was an attack from the left. This was a radical left lunatic. They know his motivations and his political ideologies, but we don't actually know who he is. And then when I couple, right, and I couple that with the fact that the FBI said earlier this morning, we have great footage of who it is. Haven't released the footage. We're getting a picture of a person of interest. Now they just put $100,000 on his head. There was a very, very conveniently left behind.
So this conversation must have been, because that's like the second or third time, and I think I noticed it earlier, that it could have been from yesterday. So they must have recorded it the day before and put it on YouTube yesterday, because this has to be from like 2 days ago.
Weapon.
Which kind of makes sense, because the war talk. I'm not on Twitter, so I just kind of I'm starting to make a new Twitter account, like new algorithm. I kind of want to see what the algorithm does, but I'm not on Twitter, so I don't know if the war talk's calmed down on Twitter. But it seems to have calmed down so far with the politicians and the media. And I'm not sure what happens on Fox News, because I don't watch Fox News, but that Jesse Waters shit was from a couple days ago. But like I heard a couple people talking about a Facebook group they were in at work today, and it got me to thinking about back to January 6th. And then I started looking at it, and I heard people reporting about Facebook groups in my ear, and then I started looking at it after I got home. And I want to put together a stream on that if there's enough there yet, because I think it's got to be really dangerous to try to get inside these groups. I think they learned lessons from the last time. I think, for one, they're a lot more dangerous this time around. I think they're going to be a lot more planned. And again, like, this is all played out before, so I think that. I mean, especially if the president and the media keep giving jabs every once in a while, they're gonna kind of like they did the last time. You give like little dog whistles to the Proud Boys, who are in all of these people. Like, I heard reports of like some of the more violent. I think this guy's gonna talk about it maybe in this. We might have already missed it, but I think it's later. But I saw other reports about it, like some of those more violent Proud Boys, their leader, dude, some of the people that got charged with sedition are actually organizing and talking about, like, if it's green light, that they're ready to go and start, like, doing purges house to house. You go house to house and you kill the liberals in each house. Like, it's crazy shit, bro. It's not like arresting us, it's like killing us. And arresting us would be bad enough, right? Like, crazy shit. And that's what because they go underground, and then you don't really see the organization in the talks. It's really hard to get in, especially when you're talking about like the organizations of Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, who's fucking, with the endorsement of the President of the United States, must have their recruitment must be through the fucking roof. Like, we know, like, there's been reports like they are like looking for neo-Nazi certain tattoos for their ICE agents. Like it's just scary shit that's going on right now. And if you're not fully aware of all these things, you can't have a full impression of the fascism that I'm seeing, because I am aware of these things. Like, I see this shit. I listen to this shit all fucking day, every day. And mainly because, like, I hit this road bump with what I was listening to before. And I need to get off this political shit at work. But it has been a great source of information, because I like, when it comes to, like, things like this, I'm behind. But I can sit there and listen to hours to what the other side says, or what's going on in certain rooms and shit. I have my... So when I do use Discord, I don't use my old shit, and I have that on my phone, and I can get in and listen to rooms and shit, but y'all wouldn't know me on Discord.
Apparently has some anti-fascist transgender messaging conveniently inscribed on the bullets that was left behind at the scene. But this guy apparently is just a magician. And
I think they walked that back.
I think Discord servers might be another place they're at, but I'm not sure. The Discord servers I'm listening to, they're not like political necessarily, but I've been doing research about a certain niche. I'm not sure if I'm going to run with it, but it's been interesting. I'll probably end up talking about it.
But go on.
Yeah, they did.
Did they really? Because I was reading the update right now while you guys were talking. I haven't seen when they walked it back. I'm glad they did, actually. But I'm just wondering, here's my problem with the whole thing. I'm wondering if it's more convenient for them to control the narrative than us to learn the real narrative, right? I wonder if it's more convenient for them to just let this play out. And, this is, by the way, this is Kash Patel's FBI, by the way. How much should we trust Kash Patel's FBI?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to jump in, because this is something I really that has been just bouncing around in my empty skull since this happened, which is a year ago. We had a Justice Department and an FBI that didn't have a vested interest in playing out or insisting on a narrative that they are getting directly from the executive branch. And regardless of what we are told from this moment forward, there is going to be skepticism from everyone as to what the truth is. And we are living in a almost psychotic upside down world where we can hear something and instantly be made flat earthers and not understand or question whether or not this investigation is being carried out correctly because of how.
Dude, he is preaching to the choir. I was just talking about this yesterday, and I even ended my stream yesterday with, "The Earth is flat, bitches," because we live in this atmosphere. Like, I've always wanted to be able to trust what the FBI told me, at least. I wanted to, and you kind of know it's bullshit. Like, every president tries to, knock away some of those barriers between those institutions, right? Like, let's not pretend like Donald Trump's the only one that's ever tried to do that. The difference between Trump and other presidents is, like, they're chipping away at a wall. Trump's taking fucking sledgehammers, like, I think the only possible thing that's ever come close to the country, and I don't necessarily agree with this, because I think Lincoln did exactly what he needed to do in the situation that hopefully we are not going to find ourselves in again. And that is when Lincoln seized his war powers. Not because he didn't have them, but because he never needed to have them. A president never needed to have them before. So it wasn't an equivalent thing to where, you can argue that, like Lincoln, like, he broke walls, but there wasn't any walls there. To where, like, Trump is breaking walls and others were just chipping away. So, I do try to be fair about these things, but we do live in this era that you can't even have that illusion of trust anymore. And it was probably before, like, the absolute denial of the cover up, of Epstein, because that's more recent. But it's like from the very beginning, Trump gutted the FBI. He knew where to hit first, and then you put this guy, like fucking this guy, as head of the FBI. This guy, we're in fucking trouble. I mean, no, there's no credibility here. None at all. And that's a problem. That's a fucking big problem, especially when one of the biggest political interlocutors in the country, if not the world, is assassinated in broad daylight in public. That's a fucking problem. You need to be able to trust the people doing that investigation, and we can't. He said it exactly right. Like, I've never been this conspiratorial in my life. It feels like I live in a world that's upside down, in a world that's nothing but a gaslight of the world I knew before. The earth is flat. Round earthers are the problem. I mean, that's the world we live in.
Of the extent that they've gutted the FBI and removed senior positions, and also what exactly they mean to tell us, and to further this sort of like thing that Jesse Waters and Alex Jones and like all these other people are shouting from the rooftops, and that's also driving me slowly crazy. Sorry.
Don, I want to say something that I think that a lot of administrations and the media have done a really bad job. I live in Oklahoma City, and when I was 19 years old, I was asleep in my apartment and the federal building blew up, and I lived on the third floor. My bed moved out to the center of the room, and it was terror in the heartland. It was a white guy, domestic terrorists. And I remember watching CNN. We didn't have the internet, and they were carrying little kids in a daycare out. And there were crosses up, and there's still a chain link fence around the memorial downtown Oklahoma City. And that was the moment to really invest in right-wing extremism. And I've been so heartbroken by my fellow Oklahomans that after January 6th, every county in this state went red after they saw the domestic terrorism on January 6th. And this is something that it has been incubating in right-wing circles.
Well, people are mentioning Alex Jones more and more because it's become more and more apparent just how deeply brain-rotted a lot of the country's become. And it's because of people like Alex Jones and like Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes, like even Rush Limbaugh. Like, there should have been a line when it came to political commentary, right? Like, it should have been a line. And I'm trying to think of, like, the only comparison we would have to what Republicans have with their social media apparatus, and that goes back way back to, like, fucking probably the 60s, when radio was really a thing. Talk radio became a thing. Like I said, I used to drive around and listen to talk radio. There isn't really a left-wing talk radio presence. Now, I'm sure there are in areas like New York and California, like probably like Washington State, Oregon area, like bastions of liberal peoples, but here we had right-wing radio, and that's like most of the country, and they've had this stranglehold on that kind of media for a very, very long time. And Rush Limbaugh was like the epitome of how that media just kind of took it too far and ran with it, and that was the beginning of it. Rush Limbaugh, prior to him, it was the Speaker of the House that was against Clinton. God, he's a huge Trumper. Why can't I remember his name? It'll come to me eventually. He was a congressman from North Carolina. We hated him. Not Jesse Helms. We hated Jesse Helms too. He was another North Carolina guy. But God, oh fuck. Well, I can't think of his name. But they just had this stranglehold on media, right? And like the only like equivalent we have on our side would be like somebody like Hassan, but and the equivalents, but Hassan is the biggest of streamers that I know of. I'm pretty sure he still is when it comes to our side. So we've never really had an equivalent to their social media presence. And they've been able to corrupt a lot of people and rot a lot of brains. And I'm not just talking like rot it fundamentally, but like, I am talking like fundamentally, but like from a core inside of them that is inside out, and a lot of it is like planned. Like I covered it so much, and people thought I like hammered too hard on it, but like when you have this radical extreme Christianity that makes no room for like free democracy. that's like, what the fuck, free democracy, that's not what the Bible says. And they are infiltrating government, and they are infiltrating military, and they are infiltrating police forces, pop culture, and I'm talking about the Quiverful movement and movements like it. And then you add on top of that another element, because neo-Nazis did the same exact fucking thing. When I talked about them going underground, eventually coming out, winning those meme wars in 2016, they also went underground, started wearing those suits, but the other suits they were wearing were police uniforms, EMT uniforms, military uniforms. And in fact, I talked to a lot of military dudes that have told me that there is prevalent gang culture within the military. Gang culture. The gang culture that if you guys can actually see it in the camera, there's one of them, but I'm branded to my life to the day that I die for the gang culture I used to be a part of. Same exact gang culture in the military. So I mean, just when you have this intentional warping of a narrative over a long time, they have played they've really done it brilliantly. They've played the long game, and they play it really, really well. Their narratives stick, and they stick with it. And Trump again is just a symptom, a sickness of it. It's been going on for a really long time. They've been rotting these people's brains. They turn patriots into traitors. That's how you turn patriots into traitors, is you rot their brains with misinformation for a long time. You make patriotic being, you can't burn the flag. When it's the opposite. And that's why, like, when Trump banned burning the flag again, it was a military vet that was right there to protest it and burn a flag and be the first arrested. A military vet. Because that's not freedom. That's not what the country is. But I've rambled long enough. Let's continue.
Incubating and radicalizing people, and mainstream media doesn't address it because everybody assumes, well, nobody's.
Yeah, but Rush was a certified racist, and I listened to Rush quite a bit. He was a demagogue. That was the problem with Rush, and they should have called him. Like, they should have not allowed him to do what he did for as long as he did. Because he poisoned the well in a manner that it could never be clean again, ever. And now, since Rush died, I mean, it was kind of happening before, but like, he had a stranglehold on the shit. That man had a stranglehold on right-wing media. When he died, people were able to take what he did and go further with it. And the Charlie Kirks were born. And the Nick Fuenteses were born. But it took that sacrifice.
Gonna believe that? That's crazy. We need to go into these spaces and start debunking these things, because people Normal people are sitting in rural Oklahoma and all over the United States getting radicalized, and this loneliness epidemic is making it worse. And imagine all of these church-going people in Oklahoma, terror in the heartland. We have to deal with domestic extremism. They voted for it again. It's really jaw-dropping. So it goes back to not only Merrick Garland not fixing this issue, but it goes back to us not dealing with domestic terrorism, because this has been incubating all of this time.
I want to second that. Thank you so much for saying that.
Yeah, he was good at what he did.
My whole thing is that they control the narrative. You know, like Fanone, I was at Capitol Hill on January 6th, and I witnessed that. And I saw them immediately create the Antifa narrative. I watched people walk down the steps, walk outside the Capitol and say, that was Antifa, that wasn't me. And then
so listen to what he's saying there. All these times, like in these protests, like remember the Summer of Love, Antifa would start shit, right? Like Antifa. That's what these people do. You know, like they go up and they punch a guy and they say Antifa did it. You know, like he's literally telling you at January 6th he saw as people would come out of, do something fucked up, come out of the fucking Capitol and say Antifa did that. I didn't do that. I didn't punch that cop. I didn't fucking nearly kill Michael there. Antifa did it. Like they create these narratives and they just fucking run with it. And everybody believes it, like dude's mom and dad. And that's, you know, I'm glad I led with that video first, because it shows you like the effect. Like that was the effect. Now, you know, they're talking about the cause of it and shit. Like this brain rot that just affects these people. And now it's affecting the family dynamic on this massive level. Families are torn apart over politics. I mean, how do you think the liberals and the families of the people that are talking about killing liberals right now feel? I know how they feel, because I'm one of them. My family, I haven't seen too much of that talk from my family. I've seen it on my Facebook, but not my family on my Facebook. But I've seen my family in the past call liberals scum and demagogue liberals. Like, we have literally witnessed them demagogue liberals for so long. They've made liberalism into this evil thing, and liberalism is the core tenet of American democracy. Republicans used to be like the personification of liberalism in America. And Democrats were the personification of the conservative, hateful fucking bullshit that we see now. And they hate when you talk about that switch, but that was truth. Is that truth now? Like, they love to tell you how Democrats used to be the party of the KKK, but are they now? No, they are not. KKK guaranteed, all Republicans, all guaranteed.
Everyone started screaming F Antifa, and there is a thing where, you know, if you're a sane individual in the country, you're thinking, no one's going to believe that. That's crazy. And right, so, and that, I think that's a huge, I think some people are waking up to that. I think at an institutional level, a lot of people are not waking up to that. They're like, people sort of think that, well, you know, everything's just going to get really bad under the Trump administration, and the rest of the world's going to see how bad it is. And no, because they control the narrative. General Mike Flynn put that on me. He put January 6th on me. I was the cause. I was the Antifa antagonizer. 90 days ago, there was someone gunned down and hunted like a dog in Minnesota. And, apparently that was, a woke, person that worked for Tim Walz. They spun the narrative right around. I mean, they could find the shooter. They could be wearing a MAGA hat, and their voting record could be, they voted for Trump every single time. But that's not going to make a difference. They will spin it around to something else. They will
Walter,
move themselves from the narrative.
We discussed that this morning on our editorial call and a little bit on the live stream, is that whenever it is, if it is a person.
And like what he's describing 2 days ago is what I think we're seeing now, right? Like, president had a narrative, and everybody knows you can't go against Trump's narrative. So they got to go with the narrative. And that's what they're doing by all necessary means. Again, where's this roommate? Why are we not seeing this roommate in the media? How is this roommate still locked up? They're using the Patriot Act, I guarantee you. I guarantee you. Now, I don't think there's any goddamn way that Tyler in Utah is Antifa. He might be a furry. He might be a damn trans person himself. I don't think he's Antifa. Not in Utah. I don't. Is Antifa in Utah? I don't think so. I don't. Maybe. I mean, if Antifa, the organization, maybe an anti-fascist. All right, like, you don't have to be an Antifa to be an anti-fascist, right? But when I think Antifa, I think organization, usually mainly still centered in Seattle. You're going to find them in any conflict point, though. So, like, most of them still live in Seattle. Like, that's still, like, main headquarters number one. That's why, like, you know, the whole lockdown shit happened up there. But, they travel to where the conflict points are. And they have their, chapters. Bad wording, but still mainly centered up there. But even the organization is just antisocial. They're just organized to show up at these protests to be opposition. Like, it's been a long war between some of these fascists and anti-fascists. Like, a long war. I think, like, if you really took it away from them, they'd miss it. Like, if you went and rounded up all of Antifa, like, a lot of them fascists gonna miss that shit. Like, it's like Smash Buddies shit, right? Like, who you gonna fight when you ain't got nobody to fight? And that's all you do is fight. Like, what are you gonna do now? Like, go knit?
On the right who is responsible, it becomes a false flag. That it is someone on the left impersonating someone on the right, or they either make fun of the.
Not to take away from it, like, I'm not saying they're friends by any means. People die. It's been a war. It's an actual political war between two opposing yin and yangs, fascism and anti-fascism. It's been the struggle since fascism came to be. And it will be a struggle until fascism is no more. And being an anti-fascist is not being a terrorist. It is not. No matter what President Trump says, it is not being a terrorist. It's being an anti-fascist, which is great. It's what you should be.
Person who is the victim, like Paul Pelosi, and they turn it into some sort of gay lover thing. Mm-hmm. But it is never serious. It's never as serious as when it's someone on the left.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Graham. I think
is accused of committing these crimes.
I don't want to talk too bad about Israel these days.
Do you feel safe now? Because everyone has been cautioning me, and I just wonder, do you, Walter? You're going on tour.
Yeah, I'm going on tour, so I'm just plugging my stand-up comedy tour. But yeah, I mean, you're talking to someone that's. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
You're talking to someone that has been. I've been going into these spaces for years. I've accepted the fact that.
Yeah, and I really don't like how mainstream media. Now, I don't think Tyler is probably in the Groyper movement. I think it's strange. I think it's strange that is on those bullets, and I would like to see like if any of those messages are used in these in this information they're finding out about this severe leftist ideology, because it seems it's to me it's one of the oddities, right? I mean, I get some of them, but I don't get some of them. But to at least not travel down that line of, there could be more to, because when they talk, still to this day, from what I hear, and from what we're going to hear in this Patel thing, which I think was from today, maybe yesterday, is that when they talk about it, it is anti-fascist, whatever. And it isn't just anti-fascist whatever. It has been co-opted by fascists. Like, they should include that, but they don't. And I think by now they have to understand that at this point. Like, I gave them grace that, like, they're just boomers like me, and not, like, old like me, but just, mainstream media is boomer, right? Going to be really slow to pick up on the nuance of the youth and what they're saying and how they say it. But, I tend to agree at this point, probably not a groyper, although I think it's one of the anomalies that particular language is used on the bullets. And I want to know why, if it is Tyler, why did Tyler use that language?
Some things might go sideways for years. So, I've already come to terms with this. So, but I mean, yesterday was a little like confronting with that. These are conversations I've had for years on how to avoid violence. Yeah. So I already have my things on how to avoid it. I don't know how I would fare if people were just, pulling out guns and shooting progressives that they didn't like, as retaliation.
I don't know if there's much you can do, Walter, because Charlie Kirk had personal security there yesterday as well. So, you can take all the precautions you want if someone wants to do it. Jolly,
someone
do you
wants
feel safe?
to nail you from hundreds of yards away and, with military grade precision. That is, I'd like to hear from the military people on this panel about how good of a shot that potentially was.
It's 200 yards, but what I would say is the shot is less impressive to me than is this egress, right? Like he was in an advantageous position to take the shot. There was nothing much in his way as far as obstructions. He got the shot off 200 yards. It's not a crazy shot. It's a good shot. And I heard that from other people, it was extremely windy. I don't know that the wind plays that much of a role in that 200 yards, but it's a good shot. But the egress, this goes back to what Jen was saying and what Walter was saying. They're controlling the narrative, and I would just wonder if they're interested in this narrative being corrected by actually finding the person. Like, that would, like, them. To your point, Don, statistically, it was a right-wing guy who did this. The person who broke who killed the guy in Butler and the glass shattered and cut Trump's ear. That guy was a right-wing nut. He was a conservative guy. And so it probably is.
Yeah, I think that's true because it's generally right-wing people that grow up around guns. And, like, most people don't usually break away from their parents' political ideology in America. Like, if you're born in a Republican family in North Carolina, even if you kind of rebel as a teenager, like all my friends rebelled as teenagers, there's very few liberals that came out of that generation in Davie County, North Carolina. And the only reason I probably did was, like, I had a little bit of the North in me, because Michigan was far different in '84 when I first moved to North Carolina. I was, like, in the second grade, and then I moved for good because we had missed our mom, so we came back for a year in the fourth grade, and I think that was 87, if I got it right. So it might have been 85 when I first moved there, and then 87 when we moved back. But I was there ever since, and like, all my friends rebelled. They all rebelled against their parents, like fundamental evangelical Southern Baptist bullshit. We were we were Generation X of North Carolina, Davie County, North Carolina. That's for goddamn sure. But they're all their parents now, almost all of them. Some are a little moderate, but most of them are Trumpers. Like, before Trump ever came along, I was told I was not welcome back. Like, don't come back here, dude, ever. And I believe him. Yeah, it's not somewhere I want to go. I haven't been to Davie County, North Carolina, place I grew up, place I played childhood football, had my first kiss, had sex for the first time. Like, all of my best memories are there, and I haven't been back since 20 years at least, and I probably will never go back before I die. Because if I do, I mean, there's a lot of people there that don't like me. And it's for my political beliefs, not for anything I did back in the day. That's not their gripe. That's not their gripe at all. Not for, like, kicking in doors and stealing guns. No, they kind of understand stealing guns, But no, my political beliefs unacceptable.
So they want to control that narrative. Do I feel safe? This is a good time to mention, for those who don't know, because it was sent to me earlier, there is a current hit list going around X that's gaining traction of where they're putting the left-wing influencers who they feel most responsible for this. My name is on that list. Walter, your name is on that list. Should have told you probably offline. And your name's on it, Good Trouble, along with some other people I know. But this is gaining traction on X.
So yeah, he's not there. He's talking about the list. They got a list going around on X of people to take out. It's just, we can never forget the reaction, and we can't think the reaction is over. Like I said, the shit I was hearing today about the Facebook groups just really took me back to January 6th. Like, these people go underground, they start to organize, just like January 6th. And if Trump continues with the rhetoric, and they're going with this narrative, we're gonna see it. They're going with this rhetoric, extreme far left transgender ideology. It's gonna designate it a terrorist shit. Fucking George Bush, man. It started with George Bush and the Patriot Act.
X on the cesspool, which is X.
Guaranteed. So, Donald Trump loves him some George Bush.
I've got a lot of threats. I think everybody on this panel has gotten a lot of threats over the years on social media. We're used to threats. We know what threats look like. Their DMs, their comments, their vile things. I will say the threats over the last 24 hours have been wildly different. The temperature's changed, and I think I can feel it. I think a lot of us can feel it. And this is why,
man, I gotta get through this. It's 6 o'clock. It's almost my bedtime. So there's more that I want to see from this, but I'm gonna get to the next thing. The next thing is the best thing, and I really want to see that. So I want you guys to see this. This is fucking awesome. This is the truth. Like, in my opinion, this is the truth. If your Christianity is true, which I don't think it is, like, you really need to take a step back from this Christian nationalism that you think you want to instill, because it's a blaspheme against your religion. Your support of Donald Trump is a blaspheme against your religion. It's a disgrace of your religion. I, as an atheist, can sit here and tell you that you should be ashamed of your support of this movement if you're a Christian.
Buckle up, folks, because today's story isn't about a quiet debate or some polite exchange of ideas. No,
I'll be right back.
This is about receipts. And when I say receipts, I don't just mean screenshots or one-off quotes. I'm talking about centuries of Christian tradition, moral teaching, and lived experience. And the people pulling them out? Not academics in ivory towers or internet trolls hiding behind avatars. They're Christians, real Christians, pastors, theologians, and everyday believers who finally had enough of watching faith get hijacked by politics. And the target? None other than Charlie Kirk, the conservative firebrand who built his career mixing political ideology with religion until the two were almost unrecognizable.
Jesus rejects Christian nationalism, and the Bible's very clear about that. Jesus is not a mascot. He's a liberator of the oppressed. He reaches out to the most vulnerable. This is biblical. This is the gospel. This is real. And if we're going to follow Jesus, we need to follow him as the liberator of the oppressed, not as a mascot. I don't care how many crosses we route around our necks, right? I don't know how many times we've got flags waving at the same time and all that. Jesus rejected that outright in Nazareth. He rejected it numerous times. He rejected it when he came into Jerusalem on a donkey, said, I'm not going to be that kind of leader. Period.
Please just let me know what part of Charlie Kirk was godly. Because you guys, he was a man of God and he lost his life and he was telling the truth. The truth of what? Was it when he said the LGBTQ community should be punished by unaliving? He called people of the community an abomination. Was it when he said that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? Was it when he said that a few pew unalivings a year were an acceptable price to pay to keep your Second Amendment rights? Was it when he said that little girls who are raped should carry their rapist baby? And
I think that if the Jesus character that's in the Bible, it's a character, we're alive today, that he'd probably be placing himself in front of his transgender brothers and sisters to protect them from the fascists coming for them. That's what I think Jesus would be doing. If he were alive today, this character. And I think he'd be looking at his followers and telling them that they should be ashamed of themselves. And I think they would probably shoot him in his head.
you guys are just really showing your asses today, aren't you? That's what you thought made him a man of God, and you want me to feel an ounce of sympathy? Not only did he say all those things, but he tried to back it up with scripture out of the Bible. He used the gospel as a weapon, and here you guys are. He's a man of God. He unalived, telling the truth. That's all he tried to do. He's the Martin Luther King. Huh? I am not safe around a lot of you.
Now, let's be clear.
So, I mean, you have to understand the evolution of the religion. A religion can't really be set in one time. It has to make it room for the times. And I think what Christianity is supposed to be is love thy neighbor. It's not supposed to be, strict Judeo law. It's not supposed to be, Leviticus. I've literally seen modern Christians argue for biblical slavery and that it should be instituted in America. If it's a real thing, I think that their God wants them to be Christians of their times. These progressive Christians get vilified a lot of times because I do agree, history of the church goes against them. But not really the idea of the history of the church. I speak of ideas a lot, and I've always been an idea person. I'm a dreamer. I like ideas. I'm the best part of my creative process is I can come up with ideas. I struggle with making them a reality. I've done it a few times. Some of them have been great, but the idea of I lost my thought. Fuck it. I don't got enough time to be rambling like that anyway. I be rambling too much to stream. Every stream. I be rambling too much. Be streaming for 4 hours. I ain't got time for this shit. I really don't. But to me this is I've literally these last few days have been especially kind of traumatic for me. Because one of the arguments me and my dad had was about the terminology of the enemy within, and I'm like, Dad, he's saying that he's gonna lock all of us up, all of us liberals, all of us, what he considers opposition, and Dad, yeah, I'll grant you, I'm gonna be one of the last ones. I'm little old me. I'm nobody, but. I'm sure they're going to go after all the big people first. but eventually they're going to get to me. And he's like, no, that'll never happen, son. It'll never happen. It'll never happen. And here we are. Like, they're literally talking, not just locking us up, but killing us. Like, I don't see how we can take some of the things they've been saying anyway, but, like, killing us. So, but, yeah, I do need to stop rambling so goddamn much.
Christians are not celebrating his death. The overwhelming tone is grief.
Yeah, I think the idea of Christianity, right? Like, love thy neighbor, you know, like, a camel fitting through the eye of a needle has an easier time of making it to the kingdom of heaven than a rich man, you know, like I was saying before, like, when I was growing up, Christianity really seemed to think, like, prosperity was a blaspheme, right? Like, you know, like being uber wealthy and being greedy was like this cardinal sin, and now everything's greed. And like, I saw some crazy number about how like the Mormon church is worth like over $200 billion. Like, it's fucking crazy number.
Sadness and a rejection of violence, but grief doesn't mean silence. And for many, this is the moment to say what they've held back for too long, that Charlie Kirk's rhetoric wasn't rooted in faith at all, but in a philosophy that stood miles away from the core of Christianity.
Jesus Christ would not have been a fan of Charlie Kirk, no matter how big a fan Charlie Kirk was of Jesus Christ.
You shouldn't just glaze over stuff. Just because a person has passed, we can be honest about how the person stood in the world.
American Christians hopping on...
Yeah, and the overall message that I get from this, and you're going to see it, and I'm going to stop doing this, but the overall message is not necessarily that they're a Christian and he isn't, or there isn't some kind of like biblical, like, if you're a Christian, you shouldn't be an asshole, right? You shouldn't be an evil person, because Charlie Kirk was an evil person. He just was. And it's like, if you're a Christian, you should kind of be denouncing like the worst of you. That was always my argument, and some people did it. Some people would denounce the Matt Powells of the world. But now it's like more and more Matt Powell's. Like, you know, that grandma and that grandpa that we watched in that first video, when it comes to trans people, are really close to Matt Powell. And that's fucking scary, bro. Because that used to be a very extreme position. A very extreme position.
Line to shame people for not having love and compassion and empathy and quoting Bible verses and saying that Jesus is king. I want to just take this moment to remind American Christians.
Right, I'm actually going to let this woman do her thing from the very beginning, because she is about to make the point of a lifetime.
For not having love and compassion and empathy and quoting Bible verses and saying that Jesus is king. I want to just take this moment to remind American Christians that Jesus was born in Bethlehem. See, I had the honor of actually visiting the church in which Jesus was born in Bethlehem, and this is actually the spot in the church where Jesus was born. I didn't just get to visit the church where Jesus was born. I lived across the street with a Palestinian Christian family that has been living there for hundreds of years, if not thousands. And I say this all to remind American Christians that Palestinian Christians are the direct descendants of Jesus Christ. And for the last 2 years, Palestinian Christians have been experiencing a genocide. They have been living under an Israeli occupation that is completely funded by the U.S., by your country, for the last 75 plus years. And you have been fucking silent. You are watching the extermination of the people, of the descendants of Jesus Christ. And it's not just Palestinian Christians. Palestinian Jewish people, Palestinian Christians, Palestinian Muslims are all descendants of Jesus Christ. And it's not just Palestine, it's Lebanon, it's Syria. There's Christians that also live on this land. In fact, there is a city in Syria that still speaks Aramaic, which is the language spoken by Jesus Christ. I know this might be a hard pill to swallow as an American Christian, but you are not the descendants of Jesus Christ. The people who live on this land in Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, they are actually descendants of Jesus Christ. And you have been silenced as the descendants of Jesus Christ have been colonized, have been violently murdered, are being exterminated right now. And you have the audacity to come online and lecture us lecture us about empathy and compassion while you have been silent for the last 2 years. Please spare us.
Charlie Kirk.
Yup. I couldn't have said it better myself. American Christians aren't Christians.
Wasn't just a political commentator. He was a brand. Sharp suits, rapid fire talking point.
Yeah, but like no, like they put around they put a church around the spot that like scholars, but I think most people believe it's probably the spot that Jesus was born, and there's a church there now. Like a lot of people go to this church. Like I knew about this church a long time ago. Now, like there is debate on whether it's the actual spot that the dude was. Like me myself, I don't think the dude existed. So you know where I stand on it.
And a gift for turning complex issues into tweet-sized sound bites. He made himself the face of Turning Point USA, rallying young.
Well, no, she's saying like those people are the descendants of Jesus's people. You know, like the Israelites are not. The Israelites were pretty much like. As far as I understand it, like the displaced Jews from the Persian Empire, I don't quite understand it, but it was basically, you know, putting European Jewish people back in their homeland because they had been exiled from it for so long, and I believe that's all the way to back that Persian thing that happened like 500 years before Christ, but I could be wrong about that part of it. I'm not too familiar. Like the Jewish part of the Abrahamic religion is the most unfamiliar part. I am like making progress with it. I understand like Torah and like I have complete breakdowns of when Torah was written, things like that, like theories on authors and authorship and a whole bunch of fun stuff I got from a lot of different people, but. When it comes to like the three major Abrahamics, it's the one that I'm most ignorant on when it comes to like their history. But I think it's from like it could have been some other like fucking because like you know like it's happened to them so many fucking times. But I think it was when like the Persians like assimilated them into their empire, and so like. There was all these Jews kind of scattered all over the fucking place, and Jerusalem at that point had been like the entire fucking area dominated by Islam, and it was like what the Crusades happened, trying to take back the Holy Land, and then eventually it took like UN intervention in what 1950s I think it was to get Jewish people back in to create the state of Israel. That we have today.
Conservatives with speeches that sounded like pep rallies spliced with Sunday sermons.
Like pretty much like I think it is the Palestinian area would have been the area of Nazareth and Bethlehem and all of these places. I think, if I have it right. But all these people, these Muslims, these because there's Christians there too. There's Jewish people there too. Like they've been there. Even within Israel, like there's like there was Jewish people always still there. Like you know, but so it's really hard to like fucking explain the intricacies of it, and like I'm not even like I understand. I don't understand the complete history, but I've been studying it for a really long time. I've been pro-Palestinian since I was about 22. Something major happened in the conflict back then that drove me to the Palestinian side. But like all of these people would be the descendants of Christ, the people that have descended from those people, from Christ and Christ's brothers, and Christ had a lot of brothers. Christians won't tell you that, but he did.
It was a slick package, a fusion of politics, patriotism, and faith that sounded inspiring if you didn't look too closely. But Christians? They're looking into his life closely now, and what they're finding is a mountain of contradictions.
In fact, like I'm a big believer, like James, the first head of the Christian church, I believe it was James, was the brother of Yeshua, the dude that actually existed, if anybody existed at all. It would have been this dude that eventually became a rabbi, what would have been considered a radical rabbi, preaching that you know, to work on the Sabbath and shit. That's basically you're committing suicide back then.
Predictions. Christianity, at its core, has always emphasized humility, service, and care for others. But Kirk's rhetoric glorified power, wealth, and winning. He built his message around confrontation, dividing the world into us and them.
One thing that I want to add to the conversation as a Christian, as a therapist, is that we can hold multiple truths at one time. Let's take it from the top. Him being murdered was wrong. Anyone being murdered is wrong. We can hold that. Having compassion for a person's wife and their child because they were murdered is there. We can experience that. We can live that out. We can pray for them. Even reflecting on our own experience, what if it were me? We can live that out. And at the same time, we can hold the truth that a person communicated what is perceived as violent and extremely harmful speech and rhetoric towards populations of people. That some of the things as a black man that Charlie Kirk has said makes me less safe, makes my family less safe, makes people that I care about less safe. And so, me personally, I have found that in this entire moment, that I am neither hot nor cold, that I am numb and trying to figure out, how do I wade through these waters? And so how do I wade through them? I take it back to God. I take it back to God because he calls me to have compassion, but it's hard to have compassion. It's hard to be compassionate towards a person, an enemy that I have perceived is actively working against me, against people that look like me, for merely existing and merely having the imago Dei that you, Lord, have given me.
It's like the ultimate slap in the face to somebody's speech, to tell them that they can't be happy that somebody that has degraded them, probably for a good chunk of this young man's life, like he's a younger dude, probably in his 20s, late 20s. So like Charlie Kirk has been a feature of our society at least 7 years. That's a good chunk of this man's life. Telling him that he's a second-class citizen. How dare anybody tell him what he should think when that man is taken out by the gun culture that man so proudly defended? Like, it's the audacity of it that's just kind of mind-blowing if you really think about it. If you really like think about speech and what speech represents, and you know, being a free speech absolutist, like that means, like, if a president of the United States is talking about like arresting people for their political beliefs and their political speech, like, you should be absolutely against that. But all of these fucking hypocrites all of these years were never against that. They were just against us.
It's hard. It's hard work. It's hard to ask the Lord, why do you call me to compassion? Why do you call me to love when people don't act loving?
Christians are asking, how is it faithful to cheer for wealth while ignoring the struggles of those without it? How is it Christian to turn compassion into weakness? How is it gospel to constantly declare enemies instead of building community? The receipts show that Kirk's message was less about...
I agree. Violence should have no place. Like I said, like, I wish I could find it. I can find it real quick. Like, I can show you how you defeat... Which I really need to go to bed. I really need to go to bed. I'll show you how you defeat Charlie Kirk. You don't shoot him. I hope they don't scrub him, because he stood for what he stood for. His legacy should be remembered for what it is. Charlie Kirk versus Tilly.
So I'm a feminist. My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes. An adult human female, it's a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe, and that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't...
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can a woman have a prostate?
So as per my definition of woman, I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay. So you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for...
Like, he just doesn't know what to do. So people complained about her looking at her phone. She's looking at her notes. Young people use phones for notes. My daughter does it. It blows me away. I don't get it either. She was so ready for every pivot, because that Charlie Kirk's debate strategy is pivot. It's a good debate strategy. It doesn't really win debates. Everybody says he wins debates. He doesn't win debates. He pivots the debate. And that's a strategy. It's a good strategy, but it doesn't win debates. It just doesn't. And she knew everywhere he was going to pivot, and she was really extremely well prepared for it. Although she said it only took her like a couple hours, because like she just, this is a person, she is even younger than the last person we just looked at. She is, even though she's overseas, like this, Charlie Kirk is like worldwide, man. You know, he's been poisoning the well all over the world.
For women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, men also experience harms from patriarchy, but I argue...
We're talking about the same feminism, though, just make sure. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt. Right? So, are we understanding that there are, patterns of power? So, I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
I think I would have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s, we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah. That's
All right, we're not gonna watch all of that. I already watched like all of it, and then Rationality Rules did a really good breakdown of it and interview with her. But like if you're gonna defeat Charlie Kirk, you defeat him in debate. That's always been my position. I'm anti-gun, anti-violence, anti-war. I did not celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk. I understand people that did. And I would never tell somebody what they can and cannot say. And again, you know, I just want to say, if you're really honest with yourself, and I've said this a couple times. The crocodile tears, you know, it's unacceptable. Really ask yourselves, be honest with yourself. If we'll use a different person because I don't want to use Obama again. Let's say AOC, and let's hope this does not happen. And we won't even make it gun violence. Just you know, fucking steps out on a street in New York City and just doesn't see the cab coming. What do you think the right's reaction would be? What do you think the right's let's say AOC doesn't die immediately. Let's say she's in that hospital room for about 2 days before she actually dies. Ask yourself, be honest with yourself. What do you think the right's reaction would be?
Timeless Christian values and more about using faith as a political tool.
Because I know some of the rhetoric that he has said himself has been to advocate for said gun deaths. These are his words, not mine. That we are going to have to endure certain gun deaths in order to protect the Second Amendment. Those are words that he spewed. And so what flesh would like to do is say, well, Lord, them his words. That's what he said. Well, okay. This man has pressed against me and people like me in a way that is extremely insidious, that is extremely violent, and it's not of you, Lord. It's giving evil. And even though I have seen him on pulpits and in Christian spaces claiming you, Lord, your Bible, your word tells me that if we are yours, that we should have some fruits of the Spirit. We should have some fruits of the Spirit. And I didn't see not one single fruit.
But no human deserves to die that way. Good morning. Yes. Yes, so true. Right, correct. Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Yes. That's been the point this whole time. Good job. Good job. So take that same concept and apply it to children, minorities, people in God, everybody. Everybody. You can't just pick and choose who that matters to. Remember that.
Here comes the deeper theological receipts. For centuries.
All right, so... And I think it comes down to how you look at the Bible. Because I think, like, you know, the Matt Powells of the world would tell you the Charlie Kirks of the world are right about the Bible, where whatever's about to be said or whatever those people were saying is completely wrong, right? Matt Powell's the CJ Cox's now, you know, like, and like what I'm saying is, and my point, and I need to. The bad thing about these is you got to charge them. What I'm seeing now is it seems like more and more people are more and more accepting of these more extreme versions of their faith, and that was not supposed to be. Like, even Southern Baptists, like only went so far, right? Like there's a reason there was an IFB, right? Because Southern Baptists and regular Baptists weren't Baptist enough, so they needed an independent fundamental Baptist. And then those people, well, they just started to like the Jews too much. Really, that's what, fundamentally, like, if you really look at, like, why the IFB split and there became an NIFB, a new independent fundamental Baptist, the Stephen Anderson split, was because Stephen Anderson pretty much saw IFB didn't hate Jews enough. You know, it's pretty much it. Didn't hate Jews enough. So it's like, but those used to be the far extremists. Those are like the Mormons that have like 80 wives and shit, right? Like the extreme, and now it's like the Charlie Kirks of the world are like, yeah, man, he was a man of God, he was a good person.
Christian thinkers, from the early church fathers to modern-day scholars, have emphasized themes like generosity, community, and the dangers of greed. The historical record is clear. Christianity has never been about worshiping wealth or power. But Kirk twisted those values into something else entirely. He claimed that defending free markets was the same as defending faith. He insisted that protecting the wealthy was somehow godly. He blurred the line between spiritual devotion and economic ideology until they became.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, and Charlie Kirk did not hide this. He believed in the prosperity gospel, which, as far as, I always thought was considered blaspheme by most denominations.
Became indistinguishable. The receipts here are devastating. Kirk's brand of Christianity had far more in common with political nationalism than with any serious reading of Christian tradition. But it doesn't stop with theology. The Christian community is also pulling out receipts of hypocrisy. Kirk spoke endlessly about family values, yet supported policies that broke families apart. He wrapped himself in patriotism, yet demonized immigrants and outsiders. He framed his work as defending the faith, yet often used that faith to punch down at the most vulnerable.
See a lot of women hopping on the internet defending Charlie Kirk, and the one thing that I'm not seeing is them showing written permission from their husbands allowing them to speak.
Okay, let's talk about it. I am very careful on my platform that I don't respond to public pressure, that I have a public opinion about everything, because I am educated in one thing, and that is religion in America. That is my expertise, that is my master's degree, that is what I have to speak intelligently on. So part of my own ethical guidelines is to stay in my lane. I don't want to become like a Jordan Peterson character who starts making very public statements about things well outside his area of expertise. So with that caveat, I'm listening to various political aspects of this conversation. I'm listening to people who represent marginalized communities in this conversation. And the only piece that I have to add is when Charlie Kirk was asked how he wanted to be remembered if he died someday. And there's a clip of this. You can find it. He thinks about it for a second, and then he says, "I want to be remembered for my courage, for my faith." And that is something that I can comment on. So to respect Charlie's wishes here, let's talk about how he defended his faith and what his faith looked like, because he repeatedly argued that the U.S. should reflect Christian values in law and governance, and he promoted the Seven Mountain Mandate, which is an encouragement for Christians to get involved in government and media and education and really be able to take power in America.
So that was what I was speaking of before, quiverful movements, a lot of these fundamental extremist groups, and as well as a lot of white supremacist extremist groups adopted the same strategy. It's where you infiltrate every major level of society until it's time to strike. And it's very fucking scary once you really start learning about it. Got these big, thick, juicy lips that like to drool occasionally. Like, once you really start learning about it, it's some pretty scary shit to think about. Because, these people, they play the long game. And they're willing to take some losses along the way, but eventually they think they're going to get their way. Because they're going to have people... we can even call it, like, the Jeffrey Epstein effect. Right? If you infiltrate enough, if you have all of the right people in the right places... you can do anything, right? Anything.
He spoke at faith events like Turning Point Faith in 2024. He talked about birth control and how it makes women angry and bitter, and it's turning young ladies into unhappy people who are not staying in the home and focusing on family. He has used his faith to also really come down hard on gay marriage.
Yeah, nothing new. I agree with you. It's been a long time. Like, when I first started talking about this quiverful shit, that was such a long time ago, and people had known about this forever and ever and ever. It's just, what can you do about it? It's the issue of freedom of religion, the way that freedom of religion was written into the Constitution. And the way that it's so hard to change the Constitution. It's really, really hard. I think the number I saw was, like, we've tried, like, something over 5,000 times, and we have, 24 amendments? And most of those, and all of them came within 3 constitutional conventions. As far as I understand our history, I could be off on that a little bit, but it's something along, it's some crazy number. It just doesn't fucking happen. And it probably won't happen again, not in the current political climate. So, because it just it requires such large consensuses to do. Like, the way it's written is kind of fucked. And it should work to like advantages like people like me, because if there's freedom of religion, there's freedom from religion. But you can definitely argue it the other way. That freedom of religion is an exemption of no religion. And especially if they're going to implement some kind of Project 2025, Margaret Atwood wet dream of theirs, which I've also spoken of, and people told me that I'm fucking crazy. But like they've got, like, Trump has like fucking dementia. I literally like listen to these two like doctors that it's like their expertise, old age dementia, talking about how he's got old age dementia, and we're literally watching the man shrink before our eyes. Like, he's not going to make it through his term, and he doesn't understand exactly the consequences of what the fuck he's been doing, probably for a while. And you guys have you've allowed this very old man sickness to infect, or not you, but like MAGA has allowed this very old man sickness to infect them. And it's gonna be, when history is all said and done, man, I truly have to hope to believe it's gonna be one of the darkest stains in American history when it's all said and done.
And trans rights. And he has also created an environment where political issues really are a part of spiritual warfare. And so he's pushed pastors and churches and Christians to be politically active and to mobilize in order to be a part of this actual spiritual warfare instead of looking at these issues politically.
One pastor.
I need to find these doctors' names so I can tell you guys. Like, if you get into like psychology and mental illness, like I got into this. Because my grandpa died of Alzheimer's, and I had another grandpa that had a stroke when I was real young. But these two doctors, like a clip of their podcast, it's like a 10-minute segment, airs on Midas Touch every week. I'll have to find their names, and if you get into that shit, like they know their shit. They're like leading experts on it. And, like, whether you're a Trumper or not, like, reality's reality. You know, I'm not wishing death on no person. And I think even they say, like, there's a chance he'll make it through the presidency, but it's, like, a slim chance. But if he's got late-stage dementia, it's the end, you know.
Put it bluntly. Kirk didn't defend Christianity. He exploited it. He treated it like a prop. Something to wave around in front of cameras while preaching a message that ran completely opposite to
you're
its
completely
spirit.
wrong,
That's
Graham.
the receipt that stings the most.
Wrong.
Because hypocrisy doesn't just harm the church's reputation.
Maybe the same state, but it's a different state. I think Biden, because didn't Biden recently get diagnosed with like late stage cancer, right? Like. You know, we'll be probably seeing right-wing reaction to Biden quite soon, I would guess. And I'm not wishing death on either one of these people. You know, like, we're going to suffer through Trump's term. If it's 4 years, and I don't know, like, maybe the left will never win again. But, like, I totally disagree with the notions of, I mean, and I can't say that I haven't thought about it, but, like, trying to leave, I don't think I could do that. For one, I'm a felon, so it's going to be harder for me than most, but I don't think I could try, because you don't leave your home when it gets hard. Yeah.
It actively drives people away from faith. And then here comes the digital receipts. If you thought pastors and theologians could clap back, you haven't seen Gen Z Christians on TikTok and Instagram. They turned Kirk's old speeches into side-by-side edits, contrasting his claims with examples from Christian history and culture that exposed just how hollow they were. When Kirk claimed that success equals blessing, they showed stories of communities built on sacrifice and mutual care. When he praised power, they pointed to the long Christian tradition of warning against arrogance. When he insisted America was the model of faith, they highlighted glaring realities of poverty, inequality, and injustice. The message was clear. Kirk's vision wasn't Christianity. It was a remix designed for political gain.
Again, I think that's, you know, up for debate. I really do, but I just love the message. Like, not all Christians are, and I think a lot of the Christians that are saying, you know, like he's, you know, uber Christian, aren't like, they're like Christians like the mom and dad of the first video. You know, they've never really read the Bible, like at least not the Jesus of the Bible, right? You know, I never really, like, I don't know, I just always, you know, you're supposed to love your neighbor. You're supposed to allow God to judge everybody. It's like they forgot what the religion was supposed to be about. You know, bickering and arguing over Jesus. It's like, how you don't even, like, this dude, for one, he wasn't called Jesus. He was like Yeshua, whatever the fuck his actual name was. It wasn't Jesus. All right, so this was like Cash Patel. Man, I really need to go to bed. It's like bedtime. Excuse me. You know, the only Trump worth watching is Mary Trump, and she's on YouTube. You can watch her on YouTube. All right, let me look real quick. Yeah, I really need to take care of my daughter's blood because she went up since dinner. All right, real quick, let's try to get through this. Do Valhalla's bullshit.
As soon as this shooting occurred, we were cycling in agents, evidence response technicians, hostage rescue technicians, and special operators in and out of Utah, cycling evidence back and forth on these FBI planes as soon as we could so that there was no delay. And what we did, once I got there, along with the deputy on the ground around 5 p.m. local on September 11th, was walk the entire crime scene, including the foots the suspect himself took. And what we learned was there was evidence, DNA evidence that could be collected and had been collected, including a screwdriver that was found on the rooftop. Also, we went over to the scene in the wooded area where the firearm was discarded, and the firearm had a towel wrapped around it. It's important. I'll get back to that later. I even walked into the wooded area in the ravine, so I knew from my investigative experience what I could bring to the table and what decisions I needed to make. And having the support of President Trump and the full support of the White House was what we needed for these
Sorry, guys, I gotta be able to hear. I can't hear. It looks like I'm staying up late anyway. I'm gonna have about an hour before I can give her a shot to fix her blood. So hopefully she's gonna start coming down because she took a shot about an hour ago. So I got an hour.
resources to happen. And I can report today that the DNA hits from the towel that was wrapped around the firearm and the DNA on the screwdriver are positively processed for the suspect in custody.
So, Mr. Director, that is vital. That is breaking news and vital information because now you have the casings for the gun. So you connect the gun. Now you got his DNA on it. That's huge. But I also want to get to another part.
I just got to interrupt. Sorry, I just got to interrupt. We have the DNA on the screwdriver that was found on the rooftop and the towel that the firearm was wrapped in. The firearm itself, this is a great point. Thanks for raising it.
Yeah, no problem.
That is being processed by ATF laboratory.
So again, excuse me. My lungs. I was sick it's been a month and a half ago now. And my lungs still aren't quite healed, but that's been like a thing since I had COVID. For the very first time I had long COVID, it did a lot of damage to my lungs. It's why, like, ultimately I've got to quit smoking everything because my lungs are just so far beyond where they should be. At my age, COVID did a lot of damage on my lungs. And that's like after I literally spent a year walking 2 miles to work, 2 miles home every single fucking day, rain, sleet, or snow, saving to get a car because my car broke down. Yeah, man, it was rough. So you'd think my lungs would be a bit better, but they're not, because it's just COVID just did so much fucking damage to them. I wonder if I could sue like Donald Trump for his COVID response and my fucking lung problem. But I can't. I mean, if I'm to be fair, I mean, COVID did its thing, but it only did its thing because I've smoked, you know, since I was really young. Damn it. It's about, you know, that's how you get rich. You just take the capitalist money. But I'm too honest. I can't do it. I'd be in court, but like, yeah, Your Honor, you know, Donald Trump really fucked up COVID. And I had long COVID before they even really know what long COVID was, and my lungs got really fucked up. But I started smoking cigarettes when I was 6. You know, like I don't have much of a fucking case, I don't think.
Where he's in Maryland, and I believe they'll speak to that at a later date when their process is incomplete. But I just want to let you know the FBI handled the screwdriver and the towel found on scene.
All right, yeah, and that was my point. And I didn't start smoking cigarettes when I was 6. I smoked my first cigarette when I was 6. Started smoking regularly probably around, if I'm to be fair, like regularly on the summers, probably around 11. You know, when it wasn't football season. But all right, so that's my point. Like I find it highly suspect that so the ATF is, you know, doing all the shit on the gun and the ammunition. But the FBI have like the blanket the gun was wrapped in and a screwdriver that was found on the roof. Now, like they say, and he's gonna say like they linked DNA evidence to the screwdriver. I mean, I don't how. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't. Maybe. Like I would maybe like a fingerprint, but like unless he like stabbed himself, right? Like, or maybe they found a hair on it. But I don't know. So like leaving the screwdriver behind just seems like a mistake. Like leaving the gun is really off. And like this guy is the head of the fucking FBI, man. This guy. Like that guy.
Important clarification, Mr. Director. I want to get to the 20 members.
And they're going to blow smoke up his ass, this whole thing.
Have they been brought in from questioning? And the group chat that from our reporting that we're hearing is.
And why are we getting our like news on this like just exclusively through like Fox News?
From after the assassination. Do you have the messages from before the assassination?
Well, let me take a step back and tell you what we were doing while we were there and how we were led to the suspect so that this all fits into the puzzle. We, as soon as we learned of the shooting, we were able to, I think Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23 local.
All right, so the weapon that was used, it's a really weird weapon for this kid to be using. I'm not going to lie. Like, he had access to weapons that would have made this kill a lot easier on him. It really doesn't make much sense why this kid would use this gun. It just doesn't. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna believe it. Like, it's like it's like I don't believe that Oswald, just left that gun there. I don't believe it. But he had access to better guns that he could have used. And the gun is a 30-06 bolt action rifle, and it requires tooling to actually break it down, which they're saying he broke it down, and I guess he fit it in the backpack that he's wearing. But at this point, I've watched several like people say that gun is not going to fit in that backpack. Especially, he also had supposedly a change of clothes in the backpack. So none of it really makes sense. This is the official story. So they're saying they've seen his, like, I haven't seen any of the social medias, but they're saying they've seen the social medias, and he's clearly a far leftist. Now, I find it really weird. Like, we've had no like interviews with the family, like with friends. Like, yeah, I know like the police have to investigate, but like, aren't we usually getting that by now? Like, it seems like everything's really fucking quiet, and we're supposed to accept this bullshit from the very government, from the very FBI that's covering up the Epstein files. We are supposed to accept this bullshit.
Time on September 10th. By 12:39 p.m. local time, FBI assets were on scene securing the scene. We then launched at 10 a.m. the next day the first images of the suspect.
Yeah, supposedly not yet. No, they're waiting on the ATF for DNA on the gun and the bullets.
And the deputy arrived at 5 p.m. local time on September 11th. And then what we did was decided to have a press conference at 8 p.m. local, where we issued.
And then, so if he broke it down, or if he had it broke down, and so they're saying he put it back together on the roof, made the shot, and then broke it down again, put it back in the backpack, left the screwdriver. How did he get back together? Because like a lot of people are saying, like he had to have put it back. Broken it back down because he's not carrying a gun. And I think, at first I disagreed with those people, but now I think I agree with those people.
For the first time, FBI obtained video footage that we seized from the security camera surveillance system and new images, enhanced images. I decided to release immediately to the public.
Yeah, and that was like the change of clothes. He obviously had to change of clothes. You can see he's wearing the backpack there, right? And I don't know, like, I think at some point, like, their story was like he changed clothes on top of the roof, but that made no sense. So I think that they've changed it since, and I don't know, like, he's clearly wearing the black shirt and the t-shirt as he's walking up to the roof.
Because we were working with the public and the media to find this killer. Shortly after that 8 p.m. release, at 10 p.m. local time, the suspect was in custody. Why? Because the father informed us, pursuant to an interview of him, that he looked at the video that we released that evening and the enhanced photos and identified the suspect. That's how fast the FBI was working to put out information in real time. And for comparative sake, the Boston bombing, the FBI didn't release images for 3 days. We know we didn't have 3 days. I made an executive decision.
Like, you can kind of see it there. It just bends too much to be a 4-foot long rifle. So at this point, he had to have broken that rifle down and put it back in that backpack, right? So after he killed Charlie Kirk, and now I'm hearing reports like he took several shots. Like, I don't think that was that. Like, so he supposedly took several shots. He hit with one of them, and then broke it back down, but he left the screwdriver. So how did he get it back together? It doesn't make sense, man.
On an investigative and operational need, and it turned out to be the right move.
See, like that, what he's carrying is like clearly a jacket. It's not a gun.
We knew when that video was released.
It just bends too much to be a 4-foot long gun.
Someone's going to recognize this person because someone was friends with him, his family. Someone knows this guy. Those images were crystal clear. Mm-hmm. Tell us what you know about his background, his childhood, his father who had to turn him in.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore the last question. Going back to the group chats real quick, there's more than 20 individuals. But this is a great point. I want to lay out how this works.
The motherfucker's cross-eyed, man. It's throwing me off, bro.
People think we can just get in these group chats and immediately find out who's in them. We, the FBI, are the investigatory body supporting multiple prosecutions and ongoing investigations. And that's another point. Our investigation at the FBI is ongoing. And there are scores of people in this Discord chat room. But we have to effectuate legal process. We have to go out there with search warrants so that if prosecutors want to later use this evidence, it's not tainted by being illegally obtained. We, the FBI, are running the investigation pointedly on the Discord chat group. There are scores of individuals that are going to be spoken to. There are also lots of family members and friends that have already been spoken to. And one more point on forensics. We were able to obtain in record time the text message chain between.
And I don't even know really, like, if how can you verify that that's actually the same guy? That could just be some random with shorts, a shirt, and a backpack. Like, I don't really. Let's go back to that. Like, is that him? Like, do we know that for a fact?
Room. But we have to effectuate legal process.
How can you tell
we have
that's
to go
him?
out there with search warrants so that if
That could be
prosecutors
some
want to
random
later
dude.
use this evidence, it's not tainted by being illegal.
That could be anybody. Like, how do you know that's him?
Legally obtained. We, the FBI, are running the investigation pointedly on the Discord chat group. There are scores of individuals that are going to be spoken to. There are also lots of family members and friends that have already been spoken to. And one more point on forensics. We were able to obtain in record time the text message chain between the suspect and his live-in partner, as well as other.
Maybe this is after he comes out of the woods. But again, how does he reassemble the rifle? There's just two, you know, and the thing about this FBI is they're so fucking bad. Like, this is not the FBI you want for a major, like, cover up. Like, this is not you, how much do you, I guarantee you, look at this guy. Trump wants to fire this fucking dude so fucking bad, but he can't. He can't fire him or Dan Bongino. They can do whatever the fuck they want to do. You know why? Because they seen the Epstein files. They know where all the bodies are buried now. They're kings in the Emperor's Garden. They can't do Trump can't do a goddamn thing about the ineptitude at the head of his FBI, and he's fucked.
Critical cellular information from our CAS team that analyzes cell phone data towers in the area to pinpoint the locations of the suspect and other individuals.
Yeah, so when he's limping, it was from before. That's what people are saying now, and I just don't. For one, it doesn't make sense because he's not limping because of a gun. People have debunked that thoroughly. Like, we watched that shit yesterday, and I agree. Like, he's bending his knee too much to have a long gun in his pants, and they're saying this gun is like a 44-inch 30-06. That's damn near a 4-foot long gun, right? So, you know, he doesn't have the gun. He's not limping because of the gun. So the only thing that makes sense is this is a different person limping, or it's after the drop from the roof. Because it does look like, from the way he dropped from the roof, that he probably, like, sprung his knee, maybe sprung an ankle, but it looks more like a knee to me.
He was speaking with. This is critical information that the FBI processed and got to prosecutors so they can lawfully use it in a court of law. And our investigation, our interviews continue, but we've learned some shocking things when we spoke to his family.
See, like, everything we're getting is, like, really long distance stuff. It's really hard to tell who it is. And then, as you're about to see, like, they're talking to his friends and family. They're not getting much from him, but, like, I don't know. It doesn't make much sense that they don't have more of his digital imprint. Like, I think you're gonna learn more about this kid from what he's doing online than you're gonna learn from his friends and family. I mean, especially like if his friends and family are all deep MAGA and he's leftist, like he is not talking to any of them motherfuckers in this day and age. But that doesn't seem to be the case, right? Like that doesn't seem to be the case.
Friends as well.
You want to share them? Those shocking things?
Sure. And my job as FBI director is not to speak to motive, is to speak to the facts. And that's what I'm going to do. His family has collectively told investigators that he subscribed to left-wing ideology, and even more so in these last couple of years. And he...
Again, notice, like, what left-wing ideology... Like, his family would know, you would think. Right? Like, what left-wing ideology? Socialism, communism, anarcho-communism, anarchism. I don't think anarchism is a left-wing thing. I think it's a both-wing things, probably. Or a no-wings thing is the point of anarchism, right? But, like, I mean, what form of radicalization was this? They're not telling us anything. We spoke to his friends and family, and they're telling us that he was indoctrinated. Like, what kind of friends and family talks about their people like that? I mean, unless they feel like they're complicit and they're like hanging them out to dry, or maybe like government officials are like, this is the story. You know, like, where are these Discord messages? Like, where's his internet presence?
Had a text message exchange, he the suspect, with another individual, in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for. Those are factually accurate investigatory findings by the FBI that we've handed over to the local authorities and the federal authorities to make their prosecutorial decisions. But I believe in this instance of such public importance, the public has a right to know. And I've told you I'm committed to transparency, and that's what I'm doing here today.
Why didn't that person that he was talking to,
Yeah, he was definitely reading, and the constant blinking is the giveaway.
that person say something?
You know, our investigation is ongoing. That's a great question, and we don't have an answer on that just yet.
But Mr. Director, you're right. Your job is not to speak to ideology. But
it didn't say that. It said, like, well, you just heard a lot of Christians talking about how Charlie Kirk was full of hate, right? He said that Charlie Kirk was hateful. It didn't say, like, fights. Said that in fact, the word that was used was conversations. And again, like, he went to like a university, which was probably a very conservative university, for like a semester, and went to a trade school. Again, like, if you're gonna go by the bullets aren't like, I mean, they are. There's definite anti-fascist messaging, but it's also like the subculture, the gamer culture. And by all accounts, this kid was a gamer. I mean, that's from the legitimate evidence that we have. And if he got into like some left-wing gamer discords, furry circles, yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty weird to the conservative family. And if that's the case, then show us, right? Like, show us, but they're not showing us. They're telling us, and they're giving us a bunch of pictures of this kid from a long distance away. And it seems like you can get like substantial evidence, and it should have been leaked by now from this FBI, but nothing's leaking, and we're only getting like updates through Fox News. And I mean, they've already fucked it up so much, and then they held off telling us they even captured the dude until the president could say it the next morning, like on Fox News. Like, this is beyond idiocracy at this point. This is a fucking sham. This is a fucking sham.
You do have the BAU, the Behavior Analysis Unit, that are there. And my sources, people that are within the Bureau and outside that used to be FBI, tell me that the BAU has been encouraged not to tackle the transgender
I'm not saying that that's
issue
not
from
a
an
possible
ideology
thing. It's just,
standpoint.
from what I've seen. And I mean, honestly, like, if you're a moderate liberal in these moments, you're going to be fighting with MAGA, right? Like, you don't have to be a far leftist to be fighting with your family members. You really don't. Like, liberals, I mean, never Trumpers, for fuck's sake, get death threats from fucking MAGA, right? Like, you're talking people, like, that are right-wing. They're just definitely not right-wing enough. You know, like, it's... So, yeah, I mean... what far-left ideology? Like, if he's a liberal, that's not far-left ideology. And... you know, ultimately, are we going to be able to ever hear from Tyler? Ever? Will Tyler ever tell us? Will he ever be able to tell us? Because this guy, I don't want to hear from him.
You heard that? Are you tackling that? I know you only been there recently, but you can't have a political slant saying we're not going to attack different political ideologies.
Oh, I've went down some rabbit holes, but I mean, there's right and left for everything, man. For every kink, for every fantasy, for every role play, man. There's right and left for everything nowadays. Like, the right wing is not some, you know, holy ground of virtue, my friend.
Because it's going to offend someone.
You're absolutely right, and that's why me and the deputy have been quarterbacking this investigation ourselves. There is no one at the FBI that's going to politicize this investigation. There's no one at Quantico or...
Let's me and you have a conversation about Ted Haggerty one day.
Anywhere else that is going to say we are not looking at X or Y. We are looking at the facts, and that is why we are releasing the facts in record fashion. If you go back and look at historical cases like Luigi Mangione and the Boston bombing, how long did it take the Bureau to release information to the public? We're not doing that. Those two manhunts took 5 days, and they happened in downtown major metropolises. We apprehended our suspect in 33 hours because we were transparent and open with the American public, and we're going to continue to do that. So anyone that thinks that the FBI is not on top of its game, and that me and the deputy and everybody in leadership in our Salt Lake City field office in Quantico is doing anything politically, I'm not having it. And if you've heard anything else about it, they are lying to you. We're on it.
That's why it's so important that you came on, and we're thrilled you are. A couple of other things. I have 2 quick questions. One, is it true what the governor said yesterday, that he had a written note that you're looking into now prior to the assassination? Did he have a note? And the other one question is, the person that was texting with him about I have a shot at taking out Charlie Kirk, can that person be charged?
So I'll take those in reverse. The charging decisions are up to our great partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, who have been wonderful providing resources during this entire process, and we'll let them speak to any charging decisions. But we, the FBI, are investigating. As I said, our investigation is ongoing. We're interviewing dozens.
You see how he had to get back to the script,
subjects, witnesses, and the like, and continuing to...
Look at that again. Let's go from that transition. Like, this is all scripted. This is scripted bullshit.
Charlie Kirk, can that person be charged?
So I'll take
the pause, and he shifts his eyes.
Those in reverse.
Look.
The charging decisions are up to our great partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, who have been wonderful providing resources during this entire process, and we'll let them speak to any charging decisions. But we, the FBI, are investigating. As I said, our investigation is ongoing. We're interviewing dozens and dozens of suspects, subjects, witnesses, and the like, and continuing to examine forensic information, including cell phone data.
You see how his language is different than Governor Cox's, who's saying, like, you know, the trans roommate is being cooperative, is helping the investigation, didn't know the shooting was going to take place. You know, like, it's very different language from what he's using.
And DNA analyses. And once we make those findings handed over to our partners, as we're doing in real time, they'll make those decisions. And I'm sorry, Brian, I forgot your other question.
You had a written note. Did he write a written note before the assassination attempt? That's what the governor said yesterday. And what did that say?
Yeah, I mean, you put this man on a script when he's coked up, you done fucked up, bro.
So what I'm able to say... I'm sorry. So what I'm able to say is I addressed it partially.
He repeats it exactly. Like, here, so, like, the dude interrupted him. What I'm able to say, The dude interrupted him. Look at this motherfucker. What I meant to say. Oh my God, bro. They're gonna one-up the Epstein files before we even get the Epstein files. Like, oh my God.
The written note, we believe, what did exist, and we have evidence to show what was in that note, which is, and I'm going to summarize, basically saying, the suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of it.
Maynard says, like, who is he looking at? Probably Donald Trump holding a fucking gun at his face. Not even Donald Trump, like Stephen Miller holding a gun at his face. Read the script.
His existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location, in the suspect and partner's home. But we have since learned that the note, even though it has been destroyed, we have found forensic evidence of the note, and we have confirmed what that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
What this note says, because of our aggression. Like, he knows, like, he's being reamed. But Trump can't fire this motherfucker. He knows too much. He knows too much. Maybe make him an ambassador in some, like, paradise location. Like, you go here, over here, Kash Patel, and you don't talk to anybody, and here's a mountain of cocaine. And, like, 17, 12-year-old virgins. Because they're all fucking pedophiles. What if... I can't no more. I gotta go to bed. Oh my God, I'm gonna get so, like, I think we're all, there's gonna be like a lot of political martyrs up in this bitch. A lot of us are gonna get faced with like moral and ethical dilemmas that we're gonna have to face, I think, very soon on the left, man, and it sucks. Like, we really gotta tone down this shit, man. We can't go to civil war with each other. Like, you know, the only people that's going to benefit from that is those that want to see America fall. Start killing family members and, like, you know, we never did the right thing and healed after the Civil War, but we could have at least learned our goddamn lesson. We never want to do that again. Like, we're all like brothers and sisters on this planet. If we disagree, or, you know, if we think, even like the crazy people that do this shit, man, you know, they're stuck on this fucking crazy planet with the rest of us fucking barbarians. We live in a violent fucking world, man, and this, like, you know, we do need to stop this shit. At some point, you know, our species, we've got to stop killing each other, man. You know, we've got to stop lying to each other. You know, we've got to start accepting each other, that we're all here, bro. Like, this is all of ours, what we make of it. We don't have to kill each other. We don't have to vie for power, man. You know, like, that's, I just try to I try to see things simpler now. And it was always simple if you look at it that way. Like, human rights, dude. You know, like, if we're all humans here, why not let's start from the same place and prove our merit. And, you know, we're all going to make a lot of fucked up decisions, because that's kind of like the human experience, right? Like, but there's some things that should be unacceptable, and some things that should be able to unite us together. You know, like not harming children, you know, not killing babies in Gaza, not, you know, covering up for rich men that rule the world because they have sexual predilections that they just shouldn't have. You know, like, they just shouldn't have them, and we shouldn't allow them. Some sexual predilections we have to fucking police, man. And that's it. Like, harming children? No, you can't do that. Harming animals? No, you can't do that. Corpses? No, don't. You can't do that. You know, like, certain things you just have to police. So, and there is discussions on what should be allowed and what shouldn't be allowed within the confines of a free union. Yeah, and that's why you need a civilization of laws, and that could be one of the great things human beings do if we, I don't know if we're fair to our ideals and we're fair to each other, but if we're not being fair to each other, we're not being fair to our ideals, and we're only going after power, and we're only going after dictatorship, then, man, the cycle of humanity continues, I guess. But I do got to go to bed. I've been doing this shit for too long, for too many days. I am going to take that break I talked about yesterday. Play some Sims. Forget about this shit for a while. You do need to do that. Like, if you don't want to, like, it can be healthy to go down some crazy ass rabbit holes and shit, but you got to pull yourself away and not go too far with it. You know, think what you think, and then hopefully we'll start getting some, like, reliable information at some point. Like, you know, if the dude is left wing, I want to know it. Let's stop, playing around with it. I want to know it. I don't want to have to trust Kash Patel or even the Cox dude. I want to see it. You know, let's have a fair process here. Let's not use the Patriot Act. Let's not, like, disappear people. I want to know where is the roommate? Where are these people? You know, like, do we know? I don't know. I'm a little concerned for him. You know, like, and I shouldn't be, and that's fucked up. That's what they were talking about earlier, but I am going to take me a break, kind of process all this bullshit, try to listen to, like, a book at work tomorrow, not even listen to any of this. But then I do want to get to this running theory here. Really look at it, really start processing it. Can we trust it? See what people are saying about new footage coming out. There's got to be more footage out there. You know, we're talking about an event where there were thousands of people, thousands of young people. Most of them had their cell phones out probably for a good part of this event. So yeah, we're going to see what starts to come out, because can they, in this day and age, truly cover up something of this magnitude if they want to run with the narrative, right? Yeah, 100% cooperating with the police, and yet very different language from Kash Patel there, right? Very different language from Kash Patel there. So yeah, we're gonna see where this is going. We're gonna see where this is going. I'm a little concerned, to say the least, but I guess unfortunately we still live in that world where the Earth is flat. Round Earth is conspiracy. Epstein was a gentleman and a scholar, and babies aren't dying in Palestine right now. So the Earth is flat, bitches.